Good evening. Over the weekend, the Notre Dame family suffered the heartbreaking loss of two first-year Notre Dame students. Valeria Espinal, age 19, from Guayaquil, Ecuador. She was a resident of Basden Hall, planning to major in economics. Olivia Lara Rojas, age 19, was from Santa Cruz de la Sierra, Bolivia. She lived in Kavanaugh Hall and planned to major in business. These young women were bright lights in the close-knit campus community, known to their friends as joyful, faithful, and kind. The entire Notre Dame family grieves their loss and prays for all their families and all who love them. A third student, sophomore Eduardo Jose Elias Calderon, also 19, of the Dominican Republic, is currently recovering in the hospital. We pray for Eduardo's healing and for his family and friends. Wrapped in the golden mantle of Notre Dame, our mother, may Valeria and Olivia now know the peace of heaven. Our scheduled Notre Dame Day 2020 broadcast will begin right after this break. Good evening and welcome to our special autumn COVID-conscious edition of Notre Dame Day. I'm Ann Thompson. I am the Chief Environmental Affairs Correspondent for NBC News. I'm also a member of Notre Dame's class of 1979, and I serve on the university's Board of Trustees.
And I'm Jack Dolan, the voice of Notre Dame men's basketball and the host of many programs for Fighting Irish Media right here at Notre Dame. We are both thrilled to be here in person with 10 hours of great Notre Dame stories. Now, as you can see, we are without masks here in the studio as we are safely distanced from each other. Our show will be conducted virtually to limit contact with others, and our live performances will take place outdoors.
Our loyal Notre Dame Day viewers have grown accustomed to participating in Notre Dame Day every April, but we had to shake things up this year when the students were sent home after spring break last semester to continue their learning virtually amid the global pandemic. We weren't quite able to bring you the same Notre Dame Day that you've grown accustomed to. Now, with the students back since August, we're bringing Notre Dame Day live to you from campus once again. And in the midst of so much change this year, there is something that has endured, and that is the spirit and passion of Notre Dame and her students. Notre Dame Day is usually a 29-hour and 29-minute story platform, unlike any other in higher education and around the world. This year, we are broadcasting 10 hours across 2 evenings, today and tomorrow.
To celebrate Notre Dame students and their continued commitment to doing amazing things, even in such uncertain times, this broadcast will focus on them. We'll meet incredible students and learn what they've been doing to keep the Notre Dame spirit alive on campus and in their communities. We'll hear from individuals whose stories have been shared in books, movies, and television, and who are members of the Pro and College Football Halls of Fame. One guest is doing an interview like this for the first time in 30 years.
It's going to be a great event. And as you watch this broadcast live at notredameday.nd.edu, please make a gift to any of the 947 student organizations like clubs, dorms, and academic groups doing great things for Notre Dame here on campus, all over the country and all around the world. These groups will be competing every hour to win a host of various challenges and prizes, so keep tuning in to give to your favorites. And when you make a gift this Notre Dame Day, you will receive a very special gift in return, a Notre Dame Day face mask. As a thank you, you can represent Notre Dame everywhere you go.
Over the next 2 days, we'll take you all over campus. You'll see a dozen live performances, a 4-star Admiral, and people whose life stories have been shared in books, documentaries, and on the silver screen. We even have a famous individual who I just kind of mentioned hasn't done an interview like this in 30 years. You'll meet many Football Hall of Famers, NFL MVPs, first-round draft picks with a combined total of 11 Super Bowl rings. We'll also visit with the first woman to play NHL hockey and a man considered to be the most fit human being in the world. But most importantly, you're going to meet Notre Dame student after Notre Dame student who will share their stories with you.
Now, in this hour, we will hear from Notre Dame President John Jenkins, a student who appeared on the national game show Jeopardy, and a student voiceover actress for a popular Disney animated series. We will also visit with the new Kevin and Karen Keys family head women's basketball coach. To kick things off, let's head over to the Duncan Student Center and to check in with Brian Diss for more on how to give on this Notre Dame Day. Hey, Brian, how you doing?
I am great, Ann. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. We are here in the beautiful Duncan Student Center, which is a little quieter than it might be on a normal night in October, but we're so thrilled to be here once again for Notre Dame Day 2021. As you mentioned, all night long we'll be here in the Social Media Center watching the progress on NotreDameDay.nd.edu, watching the breadth of the Notre Dame family have an impact on over 900 clubs, organizations, and Notre Dame clubs here within the Notre Dame family. This is a night where we celebrate everyone, every gift of every size to anywhere on campus. And so far, we're very pleased to announce that we have 9,753 gifts so far this year, with over $888,000 raised for over 580 student organizations and Notre Dame clubs across the country. We'll be talking about different challenges throughout the night. And for the rest of the night and for the next hour, we'll be celebrating all the Notre Dame clubs throughout the country and around the world. Between now and 8 o'clock tonight, whatever Notre Dame club receives the most gifts will earn an extra bonus from our Challenge Fund to celebrate them and their activities over the course of the next year. So all of you who are watching from your Notre Dame clubs, both here in the country and around the world, this is the time to rally the troops and shout out for your Notre Dame calls. If you come to NotreDameDay.nd.edu, you can just scroll down and type here any residence hall, student organization, center institute, major, dorm, or Notre Dame club, Notre Dame Alumni Club, and you'll be able to find one that can earn your support and track how your group is doing on the leaderboards throughout the night. We'll be here twice an hour to give you those updates and let you know how your favorite campus cause stands, and we'll be able to celebrate with you tomorrow night when we see the breadth of the impact of the Notre Dame family. So those of you who are watching who have already made a gift, thank you so much. Our students are so incredibly grateful, and we're able to do so much here at Notre Dame because of you. For now, we'll send it back to the studio, and Jack and Ann, back to you.
Brian, thank you. Joining us now is the 17th president of the University of Notre Dame, Father John Jenkins. Father John, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you, Ann. It's great to be with you. Thank you for helping us here.
Oh, it's an honor. I know it has been just a heartbreaking weekend for you and for the university, and I know you wanted to address the tragic loss of Olivia and Valeria, the two Notre Dame first-year students, and Eduardo, who is still in the hospital.
Well, it's great to be with the Notre Dame family here and join together in this time of isolation and distancing to just bond together. And I'm sorry to start with such bad news, but yes, we lost two students this past weekend, Olivia and Valeria, and one, Eduardo, is recovering hopefully and well, but has been seriously injured. These were talented, young, idealistic, wonderful women who were with us for too short of time. And, it's just a terrible tragedy. Of all the things that I've have to deal with as president, I've been president for over 15 years. There's nothing more difficult than the loss of a student. And to be frank, I think we're all still reeling from this a bit and just working through it here on campus.
Father John, how has the Notre Dame family reacted, primarily the students, to this news? And also, can you share with us any plans moving forward that are related to this incident?
Well, we gathered everyone Saturday night. We learned obviously about this Saturday morning for 8 p.m. prayer service out on Bond Hall, in front of Bond Hall, an outside prayer service with candles. And it was a brief service, but we went from there, and there were over 3,000 members of the Notre Dame family, mostly students there for that prayer service on Saturday night, a remarkable turnout. And we went from there and we processed silently and reverently to the grotto to take the candles we each had and place them at the grotto. And I can't tell you how profoundly moving it was to see that long, long line of our students carrying those candles in memory of their classmates in prayer for Eduardo to the grotto. One of the great blessings of Notre Dame, as tragic as these events are, one of the great blessings is that we can gather in prayer for those who have died and also to support one another. And that's what we did last night. And then tomorrow night, Tuesday night at 8 p.m., we'll gather in the stadium for Mass to continue that prayer and to support one another. So for all the tragedy, the beauty of gathering the Notre Dame family is profound and it's powerful.
Yeah, there is comfort in being together. This has been a semester unlike any other in our 178-year history. We are one of the very few national universities who have had their entire student body on campus, with most of the classes taking place in person. Can you share with us how the students and faculty and staff are handling the pandemic, and what gives you hope in times like these?
Well, the first thing to say is that people work tremendously hard. Our staff worked tremendously hard to prepare for this semester. Our faculty worked tremendously hard to prepare for teaching in a different mode. And we started in early August and came back, and our students have by and large been great in working through this. And we had a surge of cases in mid-August that forced us to go online for a little bit, but we came back from that. We were one of the first out of the gates to start, and so we had a lot to learn, and we sort of were blazing a trail, and we learned a lot. We've learned a lot, and we're still learning. We're still moving forward. It has been, I don't mean to minimize it, it's been a very demanding, very difficult year for everybody, for our staff, for faculty, our students who have had to study and learn in these difficult conditions. And, you know, it hasn't gone flawlessly, but we're still here. We're still here carrying out the mission of Notre Dame. These students are still here learning. These faculty are still here teaching and doing their research. The mission of Notre Dame continues in this pandemic. And I would say I just could not possibly be more proud of this community, of what we've accomplished, of how we've worked through this together. Certainly we've stumbled, but we made it, and we're here. And, you know, it gives me hope, and is, you know, when, you know, in the course of the semester, I would walk across campus, and students would just come up to me, and they'd simply say, thank you. Thank you for keeping us here. Thank you for bringing us back to campus. Thank you for letting us be here and learn and study. It is, I don't deserve those thanks personally. The people who deserve them are our staff and our faculty work so hard, but they were thanking me in place of them. And it is just so hopeful and so encouraging to see those students who have gone through a challenging semester, as we all have, be so pleased and proud and grateful to be here on this campus studying at the University of Notre Dame. That's the wonderful thing of being here. And I know Our Lady has overlooked us on this and helped us through this semester.
Father John, those students will leave not only with a world-class education, but they'll also leave with the power of resilience. And that is thanks to you. Thanks for your leadership, and thanks for joining us this evening. I know you have so much on your mind. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ann, and thanks everybody in the Notre Dame family for being with us. Great to have you. Thanks.
And now let's go to Jack Nolan for our next story. Jack?
And thank you very much. Our next guest is Notre Dame student Bridget Harrington. Bridget, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi, Jack. It's great to be with you.
Now, I don't know how big a football fan you are, but we're treating some of these interviews the same way we treat the introduction of football players on a TV broadcast when they run in front of the camera. So give us your class, your dorm, and your major.
Sure. I am from Barnegat, New Jersey. I live in Welsh Family Hall, and I am majoring in political science and FTT with a minor in the Hesburgh program.
And you already have a very impressive professional career before coming to Notre Dame, a career that is continuing today. Tell us about some of your accomplishments.
That's right. Well, I have been lucky to have been acting professionally ever since I was very young. One of the main things that I've done is I was Jane Banks in Mary Poppins when it was on Broadway. It was a fantastic experience. I was able to work with 3 different Marys, one of which was Ashley Brown, the original Broadway Mary Poppins, but I've also done a lot of other things as well. Throughout my career, I've done a ton of work in regional theater, film, television, as well as a lot of commercial work as well. And I actually just wrapped up participating in this virtual reading for a new play in New York that I was doing virtually this semester, which was lots of fun.
All right, I've got to ask you, and this is not on the script, but I'm going off script here. You have such a great career already. What drove you to come to Notre Dame to get a Notre Dame degree?
Sure. Well, I've always been very interested and passionate about my education and specifically about politics, which I think we'll get to a little bit later. But it was very important for me to pursue my education and also explore my interest in political science.
Now, you've not only appeared on stage and screen as you just described, but I also understand you're the voice of a very popular Disney Channel animated character. I know some folks out there right now are going, that voice sounds familiar.
That's right. Well, I am the original voice of the character Coco on the Disney Channel television show Chuggington. Chuggington is an animated series, and I was able to voice the character of Coco for the first 5 seasons, which was just a fantastic experience. And you know, one of my favorite parts about being in Chuggington is really getting to meet and interact with all of the young girls and boys across the country who are fans of the show and who admire my character. She's the lead female character, and I think kids are drawn to her because she's a very strong female character.
Well, Bridget, you are on a big-time production here tonight, and because of that, we actually have a brief clip of you in Chuggington playing the character of Coco.
Fluffy! My cargo is wool. It can't break. I can go fast and take all the bumpy bridges I want. Thanks, Mr. Lamb. Chugga, chugga, chugga.
Well, we are not in a hurry to see you go, but what are your plans for after graduation?
Well, it's something that I'm still working on right now, but I'm applying for several national fellowships, and ultimately I'd like to continue acting professionally, one day go to law school, and ultimately I would really love to pursue a career in public service. You know, one of the things that Notre Dame has taught me is how to apply the skill set that I've gained as an actor to other things that I'm passionate about. And so I'm very interested to apply this skill set that I've gained as an actor to politics. So I'm very excited eventually to graduate and get out there and hopefully make my way to DC sometime.
Well, Bridget, I'm already convinced that public service, politics need people like you. So thank you for joining us on Notre Dame Day, and good luck.
Thanks so much. Thank you for having me.
And now let's go to Notre Dame Day reporter, a reporter who we know affectionately as Irish Dave. Irish Dave, are you there?
I'm changing my name to Freezing Irish Dave today, Jack. I can't believe that you get to be in the warm studio tonight. You know, as an Irish-born person living here in South Bend, I'm so proud to be here for Notre Dame Day. I love this campus, and I really love our next group as well, or I should say our first group of the night, the Notre Dame Glee Club. It is an all-male choir. They were founded 105 years ago. Over 2,000 Notre Dame men have actually sung with them now over their lifetime, and they've performed all across the United States. They've performed in 25 countries around the world, and tonight you're in for something really special. Please welcome the Notre Dame Glee Club.
Notre Dame man, answer the cry, gathering foam and fling to the sky. Fight, 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 brave hosts advancing, challenge your name, march through the battle, Notre Dame. Fight, fight, fight. And when the Irish backs go marching by, the cheering thousands shout their battle cry. For Notre Dame men are marching into the game, fighting the fight for you, Notre Dame. And when that Irish line goes smashing through, they'll sweep the foeman's ranks away. When Notre Dame men fight for gold and blue, then Notre Dame men will win that day. On down the line, beside the glory of her name. On down the line, beneath the colors of an ancient faith. On down the line, another day for her proclaim. Oh, gold and blue, they're going through. On down the line for Notre Dame. And when the Irish backs go marching by, the cheering thousands shout their battle cry. For Notre Dame men are marching into the game, fighting the fight for you, Notre Dame. And when that Irish line goes smashing through, they'll sweep the foeman's ranks away. When Notre Dame men fight for gold and blue, then Notre Dame men will win that day. Fight! hurrah for Notre Dame. We will fight in every game, strong of heart and true to her name. We will never forget her and will cheer her and loyal to Notre Dame. Cheer, cheer for old Notre Dame, wake up the echoes cheering her name. Send the volley cheer on high, shake down the thunder from the sky. What though the odds be great or small, old Notre Dame will win over all, while her loyal sons are marching onward to victory. Cheer, cheer for old Notre Dame, wake up the echoes cheering her name. Send the volley cheer on high, shake down the thunder from the sky. What though the odds be great or small, old Notre Dame will win over all, while her loyal sons are marching onward to victory. Onward to victory for Notre Dame.
Well, that was absolutely wonderful, the Notre Dame Glee Club. And I don't know about you, but during those performances, I was really thinking about the resilience of the students over the last couple of months and the strength of them and what it really means to be the Fighting Irish. Jack, back to you in studio.
Thank you, Irish Dave. We are now joined by Notre Dame students Connor Milligan and Patrick Creven, who put their sweat equity into a new event that raises money for first responders. Guys, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Now, Connor, we'll begin with you. Tell us about the event that you and Patrick organized.
Yeah, exactly. So Notre Dame 110 was born out of need that Duncan Hall needed a new signature charity event that got campus involved. And we also, Pat and I knew each other. We had a shared history in New York. And we wanted to honor first responders, both locally and who died during 9/11. And so Notre Dame 110 was born as a stair climb of 110 flights of stairs. 110 flights is equivalent to the altitude of the World Trade Centers in New York. And so our event is participants climb 110 flights of stairs to mirror that task. And we raise money at the same time for Heart 9/11, which is a disaster relief organization whose mission is to respond to disaster-stricken regions around the country and to help them recover and rebuild.
Patrick, this is your second year for this event. Tell us the results this year compared to last year.
Yeah, so this year we had over 350 participants, all students, compared to last year, which was around 120. And then this year we raised over $10,000, all in profit to be donated, compared to last year, around $2,000. So we really killed it this year number-wise. And I think just you can kind of attribute to that. Just like I think everybody was excited to use the stadium, see that aspect, and also, quarantine, everybody's kind of cooped in, and then there's a good event that we ran really well outside. It was a beautiful weather out, so I think it got people really excited. So yeah, and people it was a good cause, so everything kind of just came together really well.
Connor, in your first year, you used the staircase in the Jordan Hall of Science. This year, you had to make some adjustments because of the pandemic. Tell us about this adaptation.
Yeah, exactly. So just like Pat mentioned, we had to consider the participant safety this year. And obviously there are a bunch of new SAO guidelines and university guidelines that went along with this. And so, way back in April, we've been working on this event, and we eventually worked out with Notre Dame Venues team to rent out Notre Dame Stadium, which was a fantastic event for us, fantastic venue for us. We got to run all around the upper bowl, up and down every section. We had to sacrifice about 40 flights of stairs, but in the interest of safety, it was a great way to keep everyone distanced. We limited everyone to 10 participants in a group, and signups were staged 3 minutes apart. And we had over 75 Duncan volunteers come out. Duncan Hall volunteers came to help usher, sign in, hand out, manned water stations and refueling stations. And we were also able to have a virtual climb option for anyone who was in quarantine or who couldn't join us on campus from the community.
Patrick, I know you hope that Notre Dame 110 would become a signature event for your hall. Tell us about that and what your plans are for the future to keep this event going.
Yeah, sure. So we assigned commissioner roles from last year, carried on to this year, and it was more of like a lower level, but still kind of higher up, like seeing how me and Connor handled organizing the event, getting everybody to volunteer and everything. And then next year, those three guys will be taking the lead on it as we kind of step back. We'll still be there, kind of guiding it, but more so will be on them. And we also had a lot of Duncan guys to help volunteer during it. So kind of community engagement in that aspect to get people excited. So, yeah.
Connor and Patrick, thank you for joining us on Notre Dame Day. And now let's go to Ann Thompson with a very special guest. Ann.
Jack, thank you very much. We are honored to be joined now by Admiral Christopher Grady. He is a proud member of the class of 1984. Chris is the first and only Notre Dame four-star military officer, and he currently serves as the commander of the U.S. Navy's U.S. Fleet Forces Command. Admiral Grady, it's great to have you back on Notre Dame Day.
Thanks, Ann. It's great to be with you.
We've spoken to you live from a number of locations around the globe in the past: Perth, Australia, aboard an aircraft carrier at sea and a guided missile destroyer, and last year at the Naval War College in Newport, Rhode Island. So what exotic locale are you at this year?
Well, today I'm coming to you from Naval Station Norfolk, the world's largest naval base. About 110 years ago, right over here, about 1 mile, the Great White Fleet left for its 2-year deployment to announce the United States as a world power. I'm really delighted also today to be joined by a whole host of Notre Dame alums, both civilian and military, who are here with me today.
You know, I mentioned that you are the commander of U.S. Fleet Forces. For the non-military personnel in our audience, just what does that mean?
Yeah, thanks, Ann. What that means is that I'm the four-star in charge of the Atlantic area of operations. In that, I man, train, and equip about 125 ships and submarines, about 1,000 aircraft, 105,000 sailors and civilians. I'm also dual-hatted as the Naval Commander Northern Command and also dual-hatted as the Naval Commander U.S. Strategic Command.
You were back on campus last year to receive the Corby Award. What impressed you most when you were back?
Well, I think the thing that impressed me the most was the absolute commitment that the university has to those who serve, whether it's in uniform like me or my colleagues here or anyone. And so it was quite an honor for me to be recognized with the Corby Award, but more to be recognized by my alma mater. And I must say, I was wicked impressed that we crushed Virginia that day.
That's always a good thing. Can you speak to the special relationship between the U.S. Navy and the university?
I think I can. I think we all are familiar with that relationship that grew up with the Navy around World War II. But I thought I'd put a fine point on that and use someone else's words. You know, Ann, I always have two things at my desk. I have my copy of the Constitution and this quote from Fleet Admiral Chester Nimitz, and I'd like to share it with you. And it says, "Father O'Donnell," he was the president of the university at the time, "you sent forth to me men who had become imbued with more than the mechanical knowledge of warfare. Somehow, in the crowded hours, in the grim preparation for the business of war, they had absorbed not only Notre Dame's fighting spirit, but the spiritual strength that comes with being at Notre Dame." And so I think that says volumes about the special relationship. And so I think I speak on behalf of all my colleagues who serve that the Navy's core values of honor, courage, commitment, and God, country, and Notre Dame, the core values of the university, are inextricably tied.
Well, Admiral Grady, thank you for joining us. You win Best Background, and love those people who are behind you and love their signs. Now let's check in with Notre Dame reporter Caroline Pineda, who is standing by somewhere on campus. Caroline, just where are you?
Hi, Ann. I'm in Rohr's newly renovated in the Morris Ann.
Tell us about what.
And here you can see we have the bar behind me.
Yeah, I see. Go ahead.
Go ahead,
explain
Ann.
to us where you are.
Yeah, I see. Go ahead. Explain to us where you are.
You can see the bar here. We have a lot of indoor seating here, double the capacity as before. We have lunch and dinner served starting at 11 every day, Sunday brunch at 10 a.m., and a lot of changes here in Rohr's, but some staples remain, such as Murph the bartender, a friendly face that a lot of alums are familiar with, Ann.
It's always good to see Murph behind the bar. And where are you there? That's the eating area?
Yes, currently not open. The indoor seating is not open right now. Only outdoor seating is open. But you can see a lot of seating in here. As I said, the capacity increased with that renovation. A lot of students currently taking advantage of the ability to use flex points to order food from Rohr's.
Well, it looks great. I can't wait till we can actually go in there and sit down and enjoy a meal and some friendship. Caroline, thanks so much. Jack, over to you.
And thank you very much. Joining us now is Notre Dame sophomore Will McComas, a young man who often gets a bird's eye view of the Notre Dame campus and the country, for that matter. Will, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi, it's great to be on today.
Let's start by letting the folks at home get to know you a bit by running down your Notre Dame bio. What dorm do you live in and what is your major?
Yeah, so I'm Will McComas. I'm from Munster, Indiana, which is about an hour west of here. I currently am a sophomore in Keogh Hall, and I'm a computer science major here at Notre Dame.
I understand you did something very unique during the first part of the pandemic when there really wasn't much else to do. Tell us what that was.
Yeah, so this summer I got my private pilot's license, which is like the initial step in the order of, I guess, aviation. In the beginning of June, I kind of signed up to start taking lessons at a local airport. And then I finished up all my work and completed my exams at the end of July.
So how did you become so interested in flying that you decided to become a pilot? That's a big step.
Yeah, so when I was a little kid, actually my dad got his private pilot's license. And so we would fly around the country, just like going on vacations, visiting family and stuff. And I got to be his like co-pilot, he would call me. I sat in the co-pilot seat, even though I was 4, I didn't do anything. But I always thought it was the coolest thing to be able to fly. And so just kind of like being an engineer, I just kind of have that passion and that, I guess, that excitement from things like that. And so like, even when I'm sitting as a passenger in an airliner, I think it's the coolest thing that planes can fly and how they work. And so I thought getting my private pilot's license would be a great way for me to just kind of continue this excitement and learn these new skills.
For those unfamiliar with the process, briefly tell us what's involved in getting a pilot's license.
Yeah, so first off, you have to be 17 years old, and then the minimum hours are 40 hours of flying time. 10 of those are solo, so by yourself. The average is around 50 or 55 hours. You also have to complete a written knowledge exam, which is kind of like studying for an AP exam. I know a lot of students here are familiar with that. You get a thick book, and you gotta learn all the material there and take the test and stuff like that. And then at the very end, you have what's called a check ride, which is where you go up with a professional examiner for about 2 hours, and they test you over everything. And you have to pass every skill to a T, otherwise they'll fail you, and you have to come back later and try again.
So is flying something you plan to do professionally in the future?
No, when I was younger, I considered it as a profession, but I always kind of found my true passion was technology and computer science. Like I said earlier, like my dad, when I was a kid, would fly our family around the country. We'd stuff me, my 2 sisters, my parents, and our 3 dogs into this little airplane. And it was just fun to fly different places. And so I think that's kind of where I want to go in the future with my piloting skills, being able to take my friends and family to different places in the country. Because the nice thing about general aviation is you can go to a lot of these smaller airports that airliners just can't go to. And so you get a little bit more unique experiences that you otherwise couldn't unless you had a private pilot's license.
Well, good luck. Thanks so much for joining us on Notre Dame Day. And now, Ann Thompson, over to you.
Notre Dame student body for $200. A Notre Dame student who was a contestant on Jeopardy! Who is Alex Basden? Well, she's here to tell us all about it. Alex, welcome to Notre Dame Day, and give us your Notre Dame introduction.
Hi, Ann. I am I'm a junior here at Notre Dame, actually. Oh my gosh, time flies. So I'm in the class of 22. I am a resident of Howard Hall, but I'm currently staying in Pangbourne because of some canceled study abroad. And my hometown is Lafayette, Louisiana.
Oh, nice. Well, you've had an experience that very few people have ever had. You've appeared on the popular TV game show Jeopardy! Tell us about that.
So when I was a freshman here at Notre Dame in April of 2019, actually on the day of my 19th birthday, I was featured as a contestant on Jeopardy! After a long interview process and kind of selection, audition, testing, and all that kind of stuff. And it was a really, really wonderful and positive experience. I didn't win, so people are often surprised whenever I tell them how fun it was, but really one of the most positive experiences of my entire life. And now I have a fun fact forever.
It's always, you've got cocktail chatter. How did you get selected for Jeopardy!
So when I was in high school, I was a huge Jeopardy! Fan. I watched it every single day. And whenever I was a senior, I decided that I would take the online test, which is the first step to being a contestant. I didn't know where I was going to college, so I just tried out for regular adult, what I call ordinary time Jeopardy! And I took the written test, and then I got notice that I'd gotten enough questions right to get an in-person audition. So I did that in New Orleans, Louisiana, which is closest to my hometown of Lafayette. And then after the in-person audition, they basically say, okay, well, we might call you in a year and a half and we might not. And so I was kind of expecting not to be called, to be totally honest, and then to try out again around now in the calendar. But then 6 or so months later, they called me, and it was really a surreal experience. They called me on the phone. I was on the 3rd floor of O'Shaughnessy in my French class, and I said, I was so annoyed because they were calling me while I was in class, so I called back after, and they were saying, hi, this is Ryan from Jeopardy! I just want to know when you're able to come on the show. And it took everything I had not to scream at the top of my lungs in the middle of OSHAG, but I didn't. And then 2 weeks later, I flew out, and Notre Dame, despite all my love for them, did not excuse my absences.
Of course not.
Right? I
No.
was like, guess it's not academic enough. But it was just unreal. It was surreal.
Now, you were a contestant during the epic 33-episode run of James Holzhauer in 2019. How did you do against him, and what was it like?
Oh, and he crushed me. It was really, there was no way to know that basically the next greatest of all time on Jeopardy! Was coming on, because they shoot the episodes 2 months before they air, which means that I was watching someone who was about to have one of the most epic win streaks of all Jeopardy! History, and I had no idea. Whenever we met him, he was so nice and really pleasant to be around. And then he got up on the board and just really destroyed the game. So I got second place, which was honestly an honor. Getting on the board at all against him is an honor. And it led to me getting a little more coverage for my Jeopardy! Episode than a normal episode, because I was part of this unbelievable win streak. So I was day 16. I kind of cut it right in the middle. And getting to meet him on its own was kind of a status symbol for Jeopardy! Lovers. So getting beat by the guy, honestly, I was pretty enthused.
Now, you mentioned that the university didn't cut you any slack when it came to missing your classes. So how difficult was it to make the transition from competing on a national game show one day to coming back to campus and studying for an exam the very next day?
Well, the hard part wasn't so much getting back to campus and kind of being a student again. It was keeping the results secret, because there's kind of an unspoken rule among Jeopardy! People that if you film, there's 2 months before everyone in the general public discovers what happened. And so I wasn't telling anyone what had happened to me. And then suddenly James Holzhauer starts on this huge long run, and everyone's asking me, oh, this guy's pretty good. Did you play against him? I'm like, I don't know if I don't know what happens. I have no idea if he's going to be the most winning Jeopardy contestant in the past decade. I don't even know. I have no clue. And so just constantly evading those kinds of questions where I had to dance around the fact that I was in fact part of Jeopardy history, while simultaneously trying to promote my episode and have all my friends watch it. We had a watch party in the Howard Pond, and then finally everyone got to figure out what happened. It was really, I got so much support from my friends, and even though I didn't tell them how it ended up, they were a little miffed because I was so secretive.
Well, Alex, we're very proud of you. Thank you for sharing your experience with us, and please stay with us for more great stories this hour. We'll be right back after this short break.
Thomas Aquinas tells us to love both those whose opinions we share and those whose opinions we reject.
There's always a line.
For they all help us in our search for truth.
You get what I'm saying? Like, all we're doing is shouting.
This land was made for you and me.
An education teaches us who we are in the world. It teaches us what we can do and what we hope to become. But most importantly, it teaches us where we belong.
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm Jack Nolan, and joining us now is the Karen and Kevin Keyes family head women's basketball coach at Notre Dame, Niele Ivey. Coach, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi, thank you for having me.
6 months ago, you were announced as the head basketball coach for Notre Dame women's basketball, returning home to the Fighting Irish after spending a season with the NBA's Memphis Grizzlies. How did that NBA experience ready you for this opportunity?
It was an incredible experience. I felt like I learned so many valuable lessons of being, prepared for this moment, being a head coach. I learned about building a culture, building a new team, building foundation, but culture was a big thing that I learned. Outside of just, a different offensive and defensive scheme, I learned at the highest level. So I think it was a great transition for me to be head coach, to be at the highest level of basketball.
Now, you have made a significant addition to your coaching staff, bringing home a former Notre Dame player and coach. What did you see in Coquise Washington that you felt you needed on your first staff?
Yeah, and she was on my short list as far as, working with great coaches. I've always felt like she was one of the best and brightest in our game. I was fortunate.
My role here outside of just, the basketball.
She was my position coach here at Notre Dame, so I knew that she understood, obviously being an alum, the value of Notre Dame. She has a high basketball IQ, former head coach, so she's got experience, and I wanted experience on my staff. So I feel like I hit a home run bringing her back home.
Now, I read a quote from you in a Sports Illustrated article where you said that you are warm and fuzzy. Now, that's certainly a bit different from Muffet's coaching persona. How warm and fuzzy will you remain during this first year as head coach?
Well, I think, being warm and fuzzy, I think that's authentic to who I am as a person. I'm a very caring person, relationship-driven type person, and I'm going to be the same way as a coach. But I also have that other side of being very intense, very passionate. I'm very passionate about Notre Dame. I'm very passionate about women's basketball. So I'm definitely going to be able to bring both sides. But I think, the recruiting part, I'm a player's coach, and I think that's going to be something that I'm hoping that kind of separates me from other coaches.
Now, you officially began practice for the season last week, and you have so many influences to draw from. So from a perspective of a Muffet-McGraw practice, how much of Muffet is in your practices, and what do you take from the NBA and put in your practices?
Yes, I'm fortunate to, like you said, I'm fortunate to have learned from the best. Coach McGraw, a Hall of Fame coach, and also, from the NBA. But I feel like I'm 100% Ivy influenced. I feel like I've had multiple things that I've learned along the way, being an assistant coach for 12 years and just being a coach for 13 years total. So I've always had a lot of different things that I've wanted to bring to my own program. So, with great influence by some great coaches, I definitely think that I've kind of put my spin on a lot of things. So I'm hoping that, people kind of see who I am as a head coach with the way that I run practice.
I know we're all holding our breath for the basketball schedule to actually come out. So what does your practice schedule look like right now?
Practice schedule. So we are going almost 3 to 4 days straight and then have a day off. Right now, I'm trying to get them kind of used to playing. Obviously, we weren't here for the summer. We were on, some restrictions due to COVID. And so I'm trying to get them very comfortable and give them enough time where we're getting some good work in 3 to 4 days a week and then taking a day off. And then I'll start, trying to prepare for our non-conference play at the beginning at the end of November. So just really kind of just making sure that I'm giving them getting a lot of really good work in, but also giving enough time for recovery.
Now the program's coming off a tough year, a losing season, the first one in a long time, but you're ranked 20th in the preseason. Do you like that ranking?
You know what? I actually don't look at the rankings. And so I didn't even know that. So I'm more focused about getting better every day. I do have a young team. I'm very fortunate with the team that I have. I'm very excited about them. I'm excited about our incoming freshmen and actually all of our newcomers. And so I'm more focused about getting better every day. So I'm going to be that coach that never really pays attention to the rankings and just focus on making sure that we're growing and getting better as a team every day.
You just said you're excited about some of the newcomers to your squad. I know you're excited about some of the veterans. So just talk right now about your personnel and what excites you about the players you can plug into the various positions.
Right. So as far as my freshmen, I'm super excited about the entire class. We have a strong top 10 recruiting class coming in, and they have worked so hard. They're doing so well. They've really adjusted to the level, the pace of practice and of having practice players. And so all of them have had a tremendous transition into college. And then also excited about my newcomer with Dara Mabry. So she's a transfer from Virginia Tech, part of the Mabry family tree that have been so successful here at the program. And she's brought a lot of leadership and experience. But most I'm excited about the freshmen, the way that they've worked. They've come in with a great work ethic, very coachable, and I feel like they have a lot of potential.
Now, we're all, again, as I mentioned, waiting on both the men's and the women's side for that schedule to come out. Do you have any idea right now when your season's going to start and any details like how many games you'll play?
Yeah, so we're kind of finalizing our non-conference schedule. And so we'll have anywhere from 4 to 5 non-conference games, and our ACC conference play will for sure start December 13th. And we will have a 20-game ACC schedule. So we're kind of finalizing the non-conference schedule. So expect about 24 to 25 game schedule before NCAA.
Well, thank you, Niele. Good luck. I've always enjoyed your bubbly, energizing personality. Whenever I talk to you, I feel better at the end of the interview than I did at the beginning. So thank you very much. And now let's go to Ann Thompson.
Thanks, Jack. Our next guest is Notre Dame sophomore and international student Chadwick Wang. Welcome to Notre Dame Day, Chadwick, and give us your Notre Dame introduction.
Hi there, yeah. So my name is Chadwick Wang. I am a sophomore studying finance and philosophy, and I currently reside in Dun Hall.
And you're from Singapore, and that's where you developed an interest in figure skating. Now, that's not a sport that Singapore is traditionally known for. So how did you get interested in that?
Yeah, so my sister started skating, I think, when she was around 7 or 8. And back then I was, I think, 4 years old. So whenever she would go to the rink, I would just kind of run around the ice. And eventually I decided to start taking lessons. So when Singapore decided to open a Olympic-sized rink, which gives them access to the international competitions, we decided to start training overseas. And that was when I realized that I wanted to pursue figure skating competitively. And the thing that really drew me to skating was the more physical side of it in terms of the jumping elements. Mm-hmm. I thought those were really cool. And the more I skate and the more I fall in love with the sport, the more I appreciate the sport for how multidimensional it is in the way it has this artistic side and the physical side as well.
You know, when I heard your story, I thought, here's a guy who's got more frequent flyer miles than I do, because you actually had to commute back and forth from Singapore to California to train. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so the training scene in California was more developed than Singapore because of the stage which the sport was in. So the original logic was to travel back and forth so that I would have the resources that were necessary to compete at a high level, and in the hopes that I would accomplish something. And I was very fortunate to have the support of my parents, friends, coaches, and my high school to allow me to do this. But when I started traveling back and forth, my initial approach was to attempt to improve and in California and go back to Singapore. And I would think, okay, maintain. So I'd go into maintenance mode. And through the traveling back and forth, I eventually realized that the way I was approaching it was actually more detrimental to my development than the resources I had. And at that point, I decided, I want to try to approach training in a different manner. So I started training but analyzing skating to a great extent, and analyzing the fundamental, technique behind these elements, and that characterizes me as a skater. So when I look at it and think about the traveling back and forth, it seems as if it's definitely not ideal to any training regimen, but I think that the actual traveling back and forth is what really allowed me to accomplish anything in the sport.
And you were the first Singaporean man ever to win a medal in an international skating union competition. That's no small achievement. What was that like, representing your country?
Yeah, so representing Singapore was an amazing experience. So because I really felt that I developed alongside the sport, the figure skating community in Singapore. When I was representing Singapore, it was amazing because I was not only representing the country, but I was representing the community of figure skating and the sport itself in Singapore, and representing how far the sport has come.
Tell us about your involvement now with the figure skating club here at Notre Dame.
So so last semester I competed at a couple intercollegiate competitions. I'm currently recovering from a ACL operation, so I'm not as involved in the ice right now, on the ice right now. But I think that's beside the point, because the thing that's so amazing to me about the Notre Dame Figure Skating Club is that everyone brings together the shared love and passion for figure skating, but everyone's experienced figure skating in a different way. So we bring these unique, experiences with us. And we form this amazing community where we can really foster a love for the sport and work together towards developing and achieving our goals.
Well, Chadwick, thank you for joining us. I hope you get better soon. And now let's go back to my colleague, Jack Nolan.
Thank you, Ann. Joining me now is a member of the Notre Dame men's lacrosse team. He's also a graduate student, Tommy McNamara. Tommy, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hey there, Jack. Pleasure to be here.
We're coming up on the one-year anniversary of an event where you were in the headlines, and it wasn't for a lacrosse game. Can you tell us what happened in November of 2019?
Right. It was right around Thanksgiving time, and I went to the General Deli and Cafe with a friend of mine. We sat down to grab a bite to eat, just like any other day. And then, something really unexpected happened thereafter. A individual patron in the restaurant actually kind of dashed from the front of the place and swiped up an elderly woman's purse and made his way out the door.
So how did you make the split-second decision that you were going to chase this young man?
Yeah, I really didn't think too much about it. It was as much of an instinctual reaction as I think I could have had. I just immediately leapt up and decided to start running after him. And we turned the corner just outside the restaurant, and I immediately just was trying to implore him to stop. I didn't necessarily want this to turn into a physical altercation in any way. And so as I was running after him, I was saying, you got to stop, you can't take this woman's purse, yelling all the while running, mind you. But eventually I kind of said, stop. I've got $20. I'll give you $20. You got to stop. And soon thereafter, he did slow down, and I had the opportunity to approach him after the chase.
And you did more than just give him the $20. You offered him support.
Yeah, I once he finally stopped, as I approached him, I kind of looked at him and I realized, this isn't a grown man, or this is like a high school age kid, and I immediately kind of fell back on some of my counseling experience in the summer as a summer camp counselor or as a coach for youth sports, and I saw somebody who didn't really need a disciplinary, tough reaction. They probably needed just to talk to somebody about what was going on. And fortunately, I was able to individually take a step back and think to myself, have you ever been in a position where you needed to steal someone's purse? And I haven't. And so I just said, listen, man, I could never understand the decision that you just made or what went into it. I can tell you it's not the right decision, and there are a million better ways to go about what happened differently. But from here on out, just talk to me. And so we had a good conversation. I gave him the $20. I gave him my phone number if you ever needed help or anything to reach out. And I told him, I've got 50 plus teammates who will be real quick to have your back if you ever needed anything. And so, that's where we left it there.
And that is what makes this story so special. Now, when you got back to the restaurant, everyone there wanted to give you money as a reward, and you wouldn't take it, but you did accept one thing from a priest who was having lunch.
Yeah, he came over and gave my friend and I a blessing, which was pretty special. It was really nice of him to do that, just to extend that little moment of grace. I was definitely grateful for. Undoubtedly, it was a neat moment.
Now let's talk about lacrosse for just a moment. I know that's one of your passions, certainly. You came off a very strong year in which you played in all 16 games. You were a pillar in the midfield. The 2020 season starts. It's your breakout year. 5 games in, and you have a career best 4 goals, and then you're shut down because of COVID. How did you deal with that?
Yeah, fortunately, every other senior in the country had to go through something similar, or unfortunately, really. But in those moments where that adversity is right in your face, that's where you really lean on your teammates and one another, and you just recognize that, these circumstances are terrible, but they're out of our control. And so, we put so much work into what we do day in and day out, and you really want things to go a certain way, but there's only going to be one national champion at the end of the year. And that's just the way sports are. So it's really about the process and enjoying every day, because fortunately we did get to play at least 5 games last year. And right now we're working towards hopefully being able to play every game this year. And that's something to look forward to. So just really understanding that you have to control what you can control.
Tommy, thank you. Good luck this coming season. Now back to Ann.
Our next guest is Notre Dame junior Mark Giuliano, finance major by day, songwriter and musician by night. Mark, welcome to Notre Dame Day, and give us your Notre Dame introduction, and also tell us a little bit about the song you wrote called Quarantine.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. So my name is Mark Giuliano. I go by Mark Jr. musically. So originally from Houston, Texas. I live in St. Edward's Hall, University of Notre Dame. And while on campus, I study finance and Italian.
Now, I know you're going to give us a special live acoustic performance of the song right now, but if people want to stream your song to hear the fully produced version, where can they find it?
It's available on all platforms. You can go Spotify, Apple Music, Deezer, Pandora, even TikTok. You can go anywhere and find it.
Well, let's hear Quarantine.
Awesome.
Can't feel
any more euphoria. They said I'm sick, but I've got no illness. Let me close my eyes and dream. 'Cause you know it's only you that can heal this. They call it love, it's not what I imagined. Trapped in a box under the city lights, yeah. It's gonna take a quarantine to keep me from you, baby. There's no sleeping for me tonight. We're worlds apart, but 6 feet away. Stay back, but those city lights, they burn. The trumpets, they sound, and the bands, they play. But when will our song get its turn? They call it love, it's not what I imagined. Trapped in a box under the city lights, yeah. It's gonna take a quarantine to keep me from you, baby. There's no sleeping for me tonight. Do 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 They call it love, it's not what I imagined. Trapped in a box under the city lights, yeah, baby. It's gonna take a quarantine to keep me from you. 'Cause there's no sleeping for me tonight. There's no sleeping for me tonight. There's no sleeping for me tonight. Said there's no sleeping for me tonight.
Mark, that was great. Thanks so much for joining us on Notre Dame Day. We look forward to more songs from you, and we'll be right back with more Notre Dame Day stories after this short break.
This college will be one of the most powerful means for doing good in this country.
Notre Dame is a place where differences of culture and religion and conviction can coexist with friendship and civility and even love.
We've been entrusted with Notre Dame to pass it on to the next generation in a way that will influence the world for another 175 years.
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm Jack Nolan. Our next guest is a Holy Cross priest and the rector of St. Edward's Hall, a men's residence hall at the University of Notre Dame, Father Ralph Haig. Father Ralph, ND Day has been and continues to be a big day for St. Edward's Hall. Why do you think that is?
Oh, Jack, that's very easy. I think that the gentlemen here at the Hall realize that this is a day that, you know, anyone can make a difference in our lives. I mean, it doesn't take a lot of money. It takes just a desire to see us improve. And any small gift that comes our way can be turned into something much more. And the money that is raised, the funds that are given, the support that is shared, really does come back to them here and now. It's not like a year from now. It's right here, right now. And I think that's why the guys really rally behind this day, have been and always will make Notre Dame Day a day for us.
Now, what are some of the things that you have done with previous ND Day funds at St. Ed's?
Well, Jack, you know, we are the oldest and the most storied hall here at Notre Dame. And I like to think that we kind of hide our age pretty well. You know, we were built in 1882. We're the oldest residence hall. And I know a lot of other halls would say that they're the oldest, but ultimately in the end, numbers don't lie. 1882 makes us the oldest. So we always need something to kind of help us along the way. And we've done renovations to our first floor lounge, our flounge. We've done a complete overhaul. Anything and everything in that room, we've done a makeover, and we've really made it what we call Soho chic, and it really has become the place to hang out. We've also had renovations to our gyms in the past, our common spaces, our second floor Gregorian lounge where we have a Luigi Gregori mural made, painted. We've also done changes to our study lounges, our food sales. I mean, Jack, think of it, and we've done something for it. And even outside of that, we even have outfitted all our sports team with new uniforms. So, we might lose out there, Jack, but you know what? We look darn good as we lose.
Now, when you are not preparing for ND Day, I hear you're up to something new. What is that?
Oh, Jack. Yes, someone has told you. I have my own radio show on WSND 88.9. Every Friday from 4 to 6, you can hear me play all the Baroque hits that your mom and dad never wanted you to listen to, all the way from Albligoni to Zamboni and all composers in between. And it's Baroque all the time, and I'm loving every second of it. Now, I don't know if the guys are, but you know what? I am.
Father Ralph, thank you for being a part of Notre Dame Day since the very beginning. And now it's that time in the hour we check in with our annual giving team. Ellen Roof is standing by in the Duncan Student Center with an update. Ellen.
Thanks, Jack. Appreciate it. Man, St. Edward's Hall is notoriously a tough competitor on Notre Dame Day, but let's take an early look at the leaderboard to see what other groups are giving them competition. All right, diving in here, we can see, I want to hype up the Pom Squad really quickly. Who doesn't need a little bit more pep in their life these days? Shout out to co-captains Carolyn Leonard and Maddie Galesko for leading their team to success so early. I can't wait to see what else is to come from you guys this Notre Dame Day. I want to give a special shout out to Carolyn. You can see on this third leaderboard, we can celebrate some of the peer-to-peer fundraisers who have created their own page to really champion and further their group's impact and donations. Carolyn, right now you are 7th overall, raising an incredible $1,700 for the Pom Squad. Great, great work. Going back to the overall leaderboard, let's take a look at who's coming in at number 11, ND Seed, a personal favorite of mine. This group has set an ambitious goal of raising $15,000 this Notre Dame Day. They hope to use this money to further their mission of building bridges across impassable rivers in rural communities in both South and Central America. Really a great way that they are living out Notre Dame's mission to be a force for good and making the most of their engineering experience. Awesome work, and I hope that we can come together and help them reach their goal of $15,000. One other group I want to highlight, Make-A-Wish Club, sitting with over $8,300 in donations today. They are taking the National Make-A-Wish Foundation's mission to the local Notre Dame and South Bend communities. No surprise why they are a popular area to give back to. As you can see, there are a lot of worthy causes for you to dive into and hear what their mission is. My team is lucky enough to get to sit down and meet with so many student groups in the month leading up to Notre Dame Day, and I absolutely love hearing what their goal is, what makes them unique, and what they're fighting for on campus. This is such a special day where we get to really share their mission with you, and then you get to help further their goals and their impact in the local and global community. Awesome stuff happening here. Keep watching, keep continuing to give back and support your favorite causes, and remember that as a thank you, every Notre Dame Day gift will be recognized with this Notre Dame face mask. We'll be right back.
It's a humbling thing to have to pick up the phone and call for help.
Hello, you have reached the Chicago Homelessness Prevention Call Center.
I moved here to Chicago to take a job, but 2 weeks into the training, the pandemic struck and I was placed on leave.
We're calling for rent, security deposit, gas, or shelter.
I couldn't afford the apartment that I had rented. I ended up sleeping in a friend's car and showering in their place. I was thankful for that, but I was really scared that I was going to end up in the streets.
At the University of Notre Dame, the Wilson Sheehan Lab for Economic Opportunities designs and implements research to help people move out of poverty. In partnership with Catholic Charities, the lab pioneered a study of people on the brink of homelessness.
Our study focused on Chicago, where the city has a homeless prevention call center that arranges one-time emergency financial assistance. We found that people that received funds were 76% less likely to become homeless.
Notre Dame's research has allowed us to be way more proactive in targeting and in funding solutions. And to date, hundreds of families in Chicago have been able to stay in their homes through the Homeless Prevention Call Center.
What we learned is that emergency financial assistance doesn't simply kick the can down the road. It helps people overcome a crisis and keeps them in the home long term.
On April 22nd, I heard back from the call center, and it was the best day of my life. I'm living in an apartment now, and I have a great job.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting to prevent homelessness. We are the Fighting Irish.
Down, one, up! I've worked with a lot of strong and determined athletes over the years. Up higher, recover, good, pause. But my daughter Beckett is for sure the strongest and most determined person that I've ever been around. At 4 months old, Beckett became paralyzed from her shoulder down to her fingers on her left side.
Go up, go down.
The doctors still haven't determined what has caused the nerve damage in her arm, but when she has flickers of function, it gives us a flicker of hope that she'll regain what was taken from her.
At the University of Notre Dame Center for Stem Cells and Regenerative Medicine, biology professor Cody Smith researches the development and repair of the nervous system.
One of the biggest challenges with curing human disease is we really don't know enough about how the healthy body normally functions. So the approach in my lab is to understand how the nervous system is built so that we can use those concepts to rebuild it.
I joined Professor Smith's lab as a sophomore, and he encouraged me to pursue my own research. My brother had a brachial plexus injury, just like Coach Flint's daughter. So I decided to ask why these particular cells in the spinal cord don't regenerate. I remember testing this for the first time on a zebrafish. I could see the nerve regenerate where it had been before the injury, and the fish fully recover. It was amazing.
Evan made a true scientific breakthrough as an undergraduate that laid the foundation for new clinical therapies that could help his brother and Beckett that we thought we would never have.
Learning about the discovery in Professor Smith's lab has given my family a lot of hope. I've been at Notre Dame over a decade now, and I know how we approach hard tasks. We'll get it done one way or another.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting to repair the body.
We are the Fighting Irish.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to this second hour of this special edition of Notre Dame Day, celebrating all things Notre Dame. I'm Ann Thompson, a member of Notre Dame's class of 1979, a Notre Dame trustee and the chief environmental affairs correspondent for NBC News.
And I'm Jack Dolan, the voice of Notre Dame men's basketball and the host of a number of programs from Fighting Irish Media. Because things are a little different this year, we're bringing everything you love about Notre Dame straight into your homes right from our studio on the Notre Dame campus. We are practicing social distancing here on the set. All our interviews will be conducted virtually, and all our live performances will take place outdoors.
So far tonight, we've heard some incredible stories from the Notre Dame family, and there is so much more to come. During this hour, we'll be talking to a four-time Super Bowl champion, the first woman to play hockey in the NHL, and see Notre Dame's very own student magician in action, and more.
Later tonight, we'll meet with former quarterbacks, Irish leprechauns, and dozens of amazing Notre Dame students. All that and so much more.
Now, none of this could be possible without you. So while you're watching this broadcast on NotreDameDay.ndu, you can make a gift toward any of tonight's 947 campus causes, a mix of student groups and athletic clubs, clubs and athletic teams, academic institutes, residence halls, and so much more. And as a gesture of our thanks, each of you who make a gift tonight will receive this Notre Dame mask for free.
But before you get to hear all of these amazing stories, and they are amazing, we're heading over to Brian at the Duncan Student Center for an update on tonight's giving. Brian?
Thanks so much, Jack. These masks are quickly becoming one of the hottest items on the internet. If we check the leaderboard right now, we have received 10,853 gifts, and I'm even more excited to share that we have passed the $1 million mark for Notre Dame Day so far this year. That is an unbelievable amount of support for over 600 student clubs and organizations and Notre Dame alumni clubs around the world. Thanks to all of you who are watching from home. Want to real quick take a look at some of the leaderboards, and our big leaderboard overall with 731 gifts and over $240,000 raised. Once again, the Ara Parsegian Medical Research Foundation continues to stun in their broad network of supports to fight Niemann-Pick type C and other rare diseases around the world. Huge kudos to the team over at the Parsegian Medical Research Fund. And right behind that, we have raised nearly $100,000 in financial aid for our students who have been affected by the pandemic, both through our financial aid fund as well as the Student Emergency Relief Fund. So thank you to the Notre Dame family and all of you who have put your support once again behind our students and our #1 university priority, making sure Notre Dame is accessible for all who want to come study at Our Lady's University. We have various clubs and organizations right behind them. You heard Ellen talk about the Palm Squad, and right behind them in the top 5, the club volleyball team, the women's club volleyball team. Really a broad network of support for so many student organizations. Go online now to NotreDameDay.nd.edu, make your gift, receive this hot mask, and you'll be able to become part of the 10,000 and counting people who have become a part of Notre Dame Day so far this year. For now, Jack, I'll send it back to you in the Notre Dame Day studio.
Thank you, Brian. We're now joined by Peter Nichols, a junior from Cleveland, Ohio, who in addition to studying accounting, serves as hall president in St. Edward's Hall. Peter, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you.
Now, this year has forced everyone to adapt. Tell us about what you've done to encourage students to combat the spread of the coronavirus in your hall.
Yeah, so the administration made it clear that they made this commitment to bring us back this semester and had this HERE campaign to re-emphasize these protocols. So here at St. Edward's Hall, me, my rector, and my 2 vice presidents thought we should take this a step further and have our own spin on it, as we truly want to be here, and the Notre Dame community is not, you don't get that aspect of the education if we're at home. So we decided to have our own spin on the HERE campaign and have our own posters, as I'll show you. So first one, we have Everyone Loves a Man in a Mask. This is our vice president, Brendan Moriarty. Him and his father created the design for the masks, so we had him be the first feature of our little campaign. The second one is myself. It says, "You want your mail delivered? Wash and sanitize your hands today." I'm the dorm mailman as well. And then finally, our last one is our other vice president, Mark Giuliano, and he just says, "Health check yourself before you wreck yourself." And he was actually on the ND Day a little bit ago doing his own performance. So that's our campaign posters so far, and we're having more residents to come to be featured.
So where did this campaign idea come from?
Yeah, so me, Brendan, and Mark have weekly meetings with Father Ralph, and here we talked about a way that we would be able to reiterate these protocols in a fun way to the residents in St. Edward's. So we thought this would be a good idea, that it would be a fun and while also getting back to the point of taking this thing seriously, but having a little fun spin on it. So at our weekly meetings, we talked about it, and thanks to Tommy McLaughlin, who helped these designs come into life with his edits, we were able to have these campaign posters made.
Do you write and design these yourself, or is this a team effort?
Yeah, so me and my vice presidents and Father Ralph, we give each other ideas and things like that. So it's definitely a group effort when we have ideas, because now we're going to have more posters to come. So we started with the administration or the hall government, and now we're going to go to more residents and have some fun with that. But like I said, Tommy McLaughlin helped create and put these into life. So thank you to him for that.
These posters manage to be humorous and address important issues at the same time. Tell us about the thought process behind that. Why did you feel the need to make these posters funny?
Yeah, so the HERE campaign, it might be getting like a little redundant for students. We walk by it and almost we don't pay attention to it anymore when we walk into the room. So we thought this would be a good way for St. Ed's to have something pop out when you walk into the dorm. You see these right away. So we thought it'd be a good way to reiterate these protocols, like I said, while also hitting home this protocols by having this little fun spin on it that everyone's able to have a laugh, but also getting these ideas to make sure you're doing your part in order that we are here at the Notre Dame community.
Now, which poster is your favorite, or is that like asking somebody who's their favorite child?
Well, I must say the first one, so the Brendan Moriarty, this was the first one to be made. It was a bit of a surprise to everyone within the dorm. So one day when I was going to class, there was this giant one in our little lounge area when we walk out to class. So seeing that for the first time, it gave me a little laugh and everyone loved it and taking pictures and sending to one another. So that was just my favorite by default because it was just a nice surprise one Monday morning going to class.
Peter, thank you for joining us. We are looking forward to more posters that encourage Notre Dame students. Now let's go back to Ann Thompson, who has another great student story. Ann?
Thanks, Jack. Joining us now is a sophomore from Beijing, China, Izzy Chang. Izzy is here to tell us about her work during the pandemic, shipping PPE from the United States to China at first, and then just a few months later from China back to the United States. Izzy, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hey, Anne, thank you for having me.
So tell us about the Notre Dame Chinese Volunteer Group. Who are they, and how did you get involved in this effort?
So basically, there were a bunch of ND Chinese faculties and ND Chinese students. We were basically staying here after the lockdown, and we realized that some hospitals needed supply in the local, like South Bay area. So we figured that we should do something to respond to that. And yeah, I got into the effort because earlier this year when there was an outbreak in Wuhan, I saw some India alumni sending messages about like helping the hospitals. So I thought I might be able to help with the logistics and I joined them right away. After we delivered the first several batches of PPEs, we were in touch with a nonprofit in Chicago and together we managed to acquire more supplies for the hospitals. And then we kind of just bonded over that and then also knew a lot about how to deal with PPEs and what the donation process should look like.
How hard was it to get PPE as the pandemic worsened?
It was honestly pretty challenging because the factories in the US were kind of running out of supplies. So we kind of thought about getting stuff from other countries like China or other Asian countries. And the shipping process was just kind of complicated, but I'm glad that we put it through.
So what does the general process of securing a PPE donation look like?
So we kind of thought about 3 routes. The first one being like a kind of immediate relief to the Memorial Hospital in South Bend. And then the donations to the Notre Dame and South Bend communities. And then finally the fundraising and PPE purchasing for the ND campus. So we would kindly ask the ND Chinese students residing in the Morrison and their families for donation. And thanks to everyone who's working in the Morrison, I got a room myself there just for those PPEs. Meanwhile, some members of our team would be in contact with the potential recipients and others would facilitate the donation process by dealing with the legal technicalities or doing the inventory management. And I would then like count, pack and label the supplies and the contact would retrieve the PPEs from me. We also started fundraising among the Asian, the ND Grady Asian area alumni so we could purchase more PPE from China. And as some of my colleagues were processing the money and documenting the donors, my friends and I were screening the supplies because there were a lot of factories in China that could produce different types of PPE. And finally, we found 2 reliable sources after my colleagues back in China went to visit the factories themselves to examine the supplies. And the shipping process, again, was just kind of complicated and long, but finally, they got here. They're now here in South Bend, and some of them had already gone to the Notre Dame campus.
That's tremendous. How many donations did you end up receiving, Izzy?
Because of our amazing Irish network and the generosity of our alumni, we received 40,000 pieces of N95 face masks and surgical face masks, 2,500 pieces of gloves, and several pieces of other supplies. They mostly went to the local area, including the Memorial Hospital, St. Joseph County Unified Command, St. Mary's Nursing Home, the South Bend Clinic, the Notre Dame campus, but some of them also went to the Basden Medical Center and the Montefiore Medical Center in Bronx, New York, which were kind of like two hotspots back in March and April.
Well, Izzy, thank you very much. You are the best of Notre Dame. And we have some breaking news right now. Notre Dame alum and Notre Dame Law School professor Amy Coney Barrett has just been confirmed by the United States Senate to be an Associate Justice on the Supreme Court of the United States. Let me read you a statement just released by the university. This comes from Father John Jenkins, who says, on behalf of the University of Notre Dame, I congratulate Amy Coney Barrett on her confirmation today by the United States Senate as a Justice of the United States Supreme Court. Recognized by experts from across the spectrum of judicial philosophies as a superb legal scholar and judge, she is an esteemed colleague and a teacher revered by her students. Justice Barrett becomes the first alumna of Notre Dame Law School and the first Notre Dame faculty member to be so honored. We join her family and friends in celebrating this momentous achievement, and we assure Justice Barrett and all her colleagues on the nation's highest court of our continued prayers in their work of administering justice and upholding the Constitution. Next, we're headed to the concourse of the Notre Dame Stadium, and where Irish Dave is standing by. Irish Dave, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Anne. You look very warm up there. Thank you so much. We're here on the concourse. It is freezing, but we are excited for our next performance. It is the Notre Dame Liturgical Choir, and they were actually the first choir on campus to allow women to join their ranks, and you'll be glad they did. Here they are. It's Notre Dame Day.
We
That is the Notre Dame Liturgical Choir. I feel like it's too quiet in here. Can everybody cheer or something? No? Yay! All right, I love it. It's just too quiet. It's just you guys are absolutely brilliant, and girls. So thank you so much, the Notre Dame Liturgical Choir, or as they're known on campus as the Lit Choir. So Jack, I'm not very cool, but I can literally say right now, that was lit.
Yes.
I know, that's terrible.
I thought it was good. Thank you, Irish Dave. We are now joined by two Lewis Hall residents, Kirsten Young and Kelly Mansour, who used their social media skills to create one of the most popular Instagram accounts on campus called Here's the Why. Kirsten, Kelly, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you so much.
Hi, thank you for having us.
Kirsten, we'll start with you. What is Here's the Why?
Here's the Why is an initiative to raise awareness of how COVID-19 has impacted so many individuals and groups across campus. It started in a difficult time for Notre Dame when our dashboard had surpassed 100 cases and we were put on lockdown. We really needed a cultural shift. I knew that there was many reasons personally that stopping the spread was so important, and I knew that others across campus also had these personal reasons. So we created the account Here's the Why to share personal and anonymous stories of why stopping the spread was so important. In the end, we ended up gathering over 100 stories from the Notre Dame community to instill that clear why for our efforts in the return to campus.
Kelly, how did you get involved in this process?
So as you said, Kirsten and I both live in Lewis Hall, and we work together running our dorm's digital media, so we have experience doing this type of thing together. She reached out to me to help her with graphics and Instagram stories, just trying to manage the account and honestly to have another person to bounce ideas off of. Since she first reached out, I've gotten more passionate about the cause and definitely gotten more involved as we try to spread our message further and generate more content.
Now, Kirsten, I read some of these stories today. Where do you get these personal stories? Do students send them to you, or do you have to hunt them down?
When we first started the account, we were reaching out to halls and different organizations across campus to spread the word. But quickly, our DMs just became flooded. Students across campus that we don't even know were just DMing their personal reasons that they wanted to share because the cause was so important.
Kelly, have any of the stories surprised you?
Definitely. Prior to my interactions with the account, I wasn't fully aware of the issues that all of my peers were experiencing, but members of our community have written in about all sorts of experiences. Some have lost family members to the virus. Others are scared to go back to their homes, living there for extended periods of time. And many individuals have had incredibly difficult personal experiences after being diagnosed with COVID-19. So the stories really are moving, and we are so grateful for those who have had the courage to share their stories with us. We continue to send love and prayers to all of them, anyone grieving who is recovering physically, people who are missing out on a semester, or really just everyone who is struggling in any sort of way from this pandemic.
Kirsten, as of today, the account has more than 2,000 followers. Did you expect the amount of traction that this account has received?
Absolutely not. Going into it, it definitely started small. We quickly gathered 200 followers, but it just kept growing and growing as people were sharing it on their own Instagram accounts and their stories. Because we have such a caring and supportive community, people were caring when people were expressing their personal reasons. And it's just so great to see how it expanded and started so many meaningful conversations, especially at the beginning of the semester.
Kirsten and Kelly, thank you so much for joining us. You are doing great work for Notre Dame, and we're excited to see where this takes you. Next up, Anne's got a remarkable guest you won't want to miss. Anne?
Thanks, Jack. Joining us now is Manon Rhéaume, whose son Dylan plays goaltender for the Fighting Irish hockey team. But Dylan's not the only hockey player in the family. His mom is a hockey star. Manon is a silver medal winner in the 1998 Olympic Games, and she was the first and to date the only woman to play in the National Hockey League. Manon, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thanks for having me.
So where did your love of hockey come from, and who thought it was a good idea for you to play goalie?
You know, when I was young, my two brothers was playing and my father was a coach. So my dad used to make an ice rink in the backyard and no girls were playing at the rink. But my brother, every time they wanted to play with me, they would dress me up as a goalie and shoot pucks at me. So one day my dad at the dinner table was telling my mom, we're going to a tournament this weekend and I don't know which kids to pick. Nobody showed any interest to play goalie. And I said, why not me? And that's how I got started.
You were obviously a talented goalie, winning a couple of world championships for Canada and a silver medal in the Olympics. So how did your chance to play in the NHL come about?
Yeah, I took a different path. Like along the way when I was younger, a lot of people said no to me because I was a girl. So I tried to try out for the top level and I got cut 4 years in a row before I was finally be able to make it. And I faced different adversity along the way. But after I played a year of junior hockey, I got invited to the Tampa Bay training camp. And at that time, a lot of people said, oh, they're only inviting you because you're a girl. And I told myself so many times people said no to me because I was a girl. So if this time that give me an opportunity to play the highest level, I'm going to go for it.
All you ever want is the chance. In an exhibition game in 1992, you became the first and still only woman to play in the NHL when you played for the Tampa Bay Lightning in a game against St. Louis. Talk to us about that game. And did you stop the first shot you faced?
Yes, I did actually. But I remember the camp started, we played a mini tournament. And after that mini tournament that I played, I finished in the top 3 goaltender. And that's what gave me that start with the exhibition game. And I remember the walk from my locker room to the ice. My heart was beating so fast. But when I stepped on the ice, the butterfly went away and I was just in a hockey game. And I remember the other team got a power play right away. And I'm thinking to myself, really? We're going to start on defending ourselves right away. And I got a few shots and that got me into the game.
I have to ask, what's it like being a parent of a goalie? And does Dylan ever pick up the phone and call up and say, hey, Mom, I need some goaltending advice?
You know, I love the pressure from playing the position, but being the mom of a goalie, it's not fun. I remember the first time Dylan played in a big game when he was younger. That was the state final. And I called my mom. I said to my mom, is it normal to have butterfly in my stomach? Dylan's playing state final today. And my mom said to me, that's payback time. So, and it stayed until then. And Dylan and I, like, obviously, we share the same position and he knows what he's doing. But sometime when it's more like the mental part of the game, that's something that was probably my strength. We talk about it, but usually I wait for him to come to me, not me giving him advice.
When was the last time you put the pads on?
A few years ago, I put the pads on. I had to teach, someone is doing a movie about my story right now, and she's learning how to play goalie. So I had to teach her. So I had to go back and put my gear on it. And it felt different. Now that when I play for fun, I like to play out. I think it's every goalie's dream to score goals.
Today you coach an under-12 girls hockey team, and your new children's book, Breaking the Ice, the true story of the first woman to play in the National Hockey League, just came out last week. Why is it important for you to inspire the next generation of women hockey players?
I think it's so important, not just hockey player, but for young people to know that they can go after their dream. And if they're passionate about something and they work hard, they can accomplish anything they put their mind to. And more importantly, they don't need to fit a mold. When I went to Tampa Bay, I was probably the total opposite of what an NHL goalie should look like. I was a female, I was small, I speak French, I barely speak English. But that didn't stop me to go for it. So that's kind of the message we want to share with people.
Manon, I think your story is wonderful, and it's certainly one of perseverance and one that can inspire all of us. So thank you very much. Right now, we're going to go to a break.
If a seed planted in dirt can one day preserve a species or cure the sick, or resurrect a people withering economically, we dream of what a seed planted in the mind and heart can one day do.
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. Joining us now is Notre Dame student Jack Looney. Jack is highly involved in his dorm community in Knott Hall, and he's here to share some of that passion with us. Jack, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thanks so much for having me on today. I really appreciate it, and I'm excited to talk more about the Knott community.
All right, so that folks can get to know you a little bit, give us your bio, year, major, and of course, well, we've already learned, your dorm.
For sure. I love giving a little Notre Dame intro. So Jack Looney, I am a junior finance and entrepreneurship student at the University of Notre Dame. I'm in Knott Hall. I'm one of the co-presidents for Knott this year, and I'm originally from Glenridge, New Jersey, so love the Garden State. It's a great place to be.
What motivated you to become so involved in dorm life?
Yeah, great question. I think you'll see this passion shared amongst a lot of my fellow hall presidents, but it's just a sense of giving back to the community that's given so much to me. You know, every student, for those unfamiliar, comes into Notre Dame and is placed in one of the 32 residence halls on campus. And I was lucky to be placed in what I think is the best one, Marion's Hall, Knott Hall on campus. And it's a great time. So, you know, just from that first weekend of coming in on welcome weekend, feeling so much love and compassion from my fellow brethren in the dorm, it just inspires me to give back each and every day in the role of president. And I've enjoyed it so much this year. So.
I understand that Welcome Weekend was a particularly significant experience for you. Tell us what that was like.
Absolutely. Yeah. Any freshman through senior who's a current Notre Dame student or any alum knows just what Welcome Weekend is at Notre Dame and how important it is. You come up to, and specifically with Knott, came up to Marion's Knott Hall's gates and saw 30 screaming people welcoming me into the Notre Dame community, just helping me unload my bags, get into the dorm community. And it really is just a nonstop weekend of fun activities and games that ultimately allowed me to meet some of my closest friends at Notre Dame, almost all of which are in Knott Hall. And I think that's something that isn't atypical of a lot of students. You see a lot of them just falling in love with their dorms, and I really just fell in love with Knott on that welcome weekend, and that love and passion for the dorm community has carried over for my almost two and a half years now at Notre Dame.
Now, most residence halls have what they call signature events. Talk to us about the significance of signature events, and in your case, what they do to make Knott Hall a fun and welcoming place to be.
Absolutely. It's a great question, super relevant. So each dorm has at least one, typically more than one, signature event they hold during the entire year. And it really is a capstone of the Notre Dame dorm experience that you have during your year. You know, for different dorms, they have different events. Fisher has the regatta, Keenan has the review. Knott, we have a couple different events that we have during the year. The first of which is our annual potato sack race that we raise money for St. Jude's and charity, where we organize the entire dorm is arranged into 4-person teams and compete for the annual trophy. This year, we actually partnered with Welsh Fam and had a super mega signature event called Not Your Average Hoedown Throwdown, where we got to talk about or we got to meet, have a giant fall-themed festival, and it was a really great time that brought the community together while practicing guidelines, social distancing, of course. And in the spring, we're looking to have our other signature event, the Aiden Project, which is a project where we donate blankets to the local Memorial Hospital, Children's Hospital in that area, because of one student who was put in that hospital before and wanted to give back. So we made it a Knott tradition. Beyond that, we're looking to restart a couple of different signature events, including the All Knotter, which is an event around Ultimate Frisbee tournament in the middle of the night, and a wiffle ball tournament that we used to have every year. So 2 exciting things to keep an eye out and a lookout for with Knott. So yeah.
Jack, good job. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks so much, and go Irish. Have a great day, guys.
All right, now let's go back to Ann.
You gotta love that Hall spirit. Thanks, Jack. We're joined now by Elliott Thomason, a sophomore philosophy and economics major from Columbus, Nebraska, who just happens to be Notre Dame's very own student magician. Elliott, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here.
It's great to have you here. So tell me, how did you first become interested in magic?
Well, I've been doing magic for about 6 years now, and it all started because I was a very shy kid when I was younger. I had trouble going up and talking with people, and the thought of interacting in large groups kind of scared me. But then I stumbled across a magic tutorial video on YouTube and decided to learn. I got out a deck of cards, went through the process. But I learned very quickly that you can't really perform magic just for yourself. Unfortunately, I already knew how the trick was done, so I had to go out and start sharing it with other people. And it's when I started sharing the magic with my friends and with my family, and eventually for my community and the state at large, that I realized just how special of a thing magic is, and how incredibly it brings people together, and it communicates some wonderful ideas.
So can you share some of those magic tricks with us tonight?
Of course. I've prepared something pretty special for all of us tonight. I've been working pretty hard on it. Now, recently I've realized that oftentimes things that seem simple aren't so simple after all. I'll show you what I mean. I have with me a simple spool of thread. And from that spool, a single strand. I've recently been thinking about how wild this past semester has been. There have been wonderful moments of reunion and abrupt feelings of separation. We've worked hard within our new circumstances, but we've also felt burnt out and lost. We've felt anger. We've felt sadness. And we've even felt the pain of loss. But through it all, the bonds that bind us together may feel broken. But we still have reason to hope. Through it all, we've come together. We have been here for each other. We have been strong. We have been one. And we have been Notre Dame.
Elliott, that's incredible. That's marvelous. I felt like those shreds of thread that you had there. I mean, we were all kind of like, oh my gosh. So now I want to know, how did you do that?
Hopefully well.
You did it. You did it very, very well. We're gonna wonder. Jack and I are gonna sit here all night going, how did he manage to do that? That was great. Thank you so much, and good luck. And you are so right, Elliott, that magic is best shared. Thank you for sharing it with us. Please stay with us for more great stories from Notre Dame. We'll be right back after this short break.
The mind. It processes every image, every voice, every word on the page. Yearning to understand, inspired by faith, it paints a picture of the world. When given the chance to examine things from different perspectives, to turn conventional thought upside down, the mind soars.
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. Our next guest is football legend Rocky Bleier, a star running back on Notre Dame's 1966 national championship team. What happened after that is something you usually find in movies, only this time it is all true. Rocky, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure being with you. Thanks for having me.
Now, you played in what many still call the game of the century, the legendary 10-10 tie versus Michigan State. I've watched the video of that game 3 or 4 times. I know what jumped out at me was I don't think I've ever seen a more physical game. What do you remember about that game?
Well, obviously, I remember the game, quite well. And you talk about a physical game, and it was a physical game. The hype to the game was extraordinary. I mean, for one who would participate in it, this is the first time within the confines of championship games or bowl games that the mythical national championship that 2 undefeated teams got to meet at the end of the season for that mythical championship. And so this was going to be the final decision. It'll come down to this game that we can really tag the number 1 team or and claim them as the national champion of that season. Well, obviously it ends up in a tie and was a lot of controversy. No playoffs, no overtime or any of that had taken place. It was just football. And it ended in that tie. Obviously, we had one more game left against Southern Cal the following week, in which we went out to California and beat Southern Cal 51-0. But I think the important thing about that game was the caliber of players on the field that afternoon in November of 1966. There would be 35 future National Football League players on that field, 31 All-Americans, 10 first-round draft picks. So you can tell by the caliber of the people that were associated on the field and their talent, and thus creating a physical game because that's the way we had both teams played that year, and they were both very physically. Defensively as well as offensively. So yes, it was a game. I ended up not playing the following week because out of that game I had a lacerated kidney because of a hit that had taken place during the game. Even though that we finished the game, but it was it was a physical game.
You were the team captain the following year, and that next spring you're drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers. You make the team, you play in 10 games that rookie season, and then you're drafted again, this time by the Army, and you're sent to Vietnam. What's going through your mind at that time?
Well, at the time, which was that, one, I was happy to be able to make the Steeler team. I was not a highly touted draft choice coming out of Notre Dame. Actually, I was the 417th person picked in the NFL draft. I mean, the 16th round wasn't even half over before the Steelers pounced to take me on their team. But throughout all that, I had made the team as a rookie playing in special teams primarily. Obviously, the NFL, the Vietnam War was taking place through the 60s, and the possibility of being drafted. But, I suppose in my mind, it was like, well, if I made the team, the NFL would take care of their players, or the owners would take care of their players through put them on in the reserves or the National Guard at the time. A lot of players are doing that. Well, it just was one of those situations where it was 1968, the height of the war. Spots were filled, and you kind of just fell through the cracks, and I got my draft notification. Probably the best thing about my draft notification was that I got it delayed in the mail, and by the time I received my my wonderful greetings letter, it was to report the next day. So I didn't have a whole lot of time to think or worry or whatever. There was a sense of reaction of having go down to the AFI station to be inducted the next day, and so because of delay, and they gave me one day, they gave me 24 hours extra But bang, I was gone to basic training, just like that. And so, one, it kept your mind going. It happened so fast that you just kind of focused on what needed to be done. Interestingly, I think, in my case, is that going to basic training wasn't any different than going in any training camp prior to the regular season. So, you had a report, you got to go through drills, you got somebody yelling at you, whether it be an assistant coach or this one, a drill sergeant, and you could kind of just get focused at the task at hand, and kind of put blinders on everything else around you at that moment in time. And so in playing sports through high school and then obviously through college and then into that 1 year professional kind of gave me a basis or a feeling of how to be able to accept what was ahead of you and how to deal with that.
So you go to Vietnam, you serve, you see action, you come back to the United States a year later, you've got a bullet wound in one leg and 100 pieces of shrapnel in the other from a hand grenade. You're told you're never going to walk again. But not only do you walk again, you play, you become a starter for the Steelers, you have a 1,000-yard rushing year, and you win 4 Super Bowl rings. What made you believe that you could do that, and how did you do it?
Well, I think, I hate to say this, but I think the simplicity of playing the game of football and what you learn from a discipline point of view. The fact is that if you're an active player or student, no matter what, playing in the backyard through junior high, high school, ultimately in college, and then you get a chance to play in the pros. But, is that you get hurt. I mean, you get bumps and bruises and sprains and tears along the way. And there's a kind of a lesson that you learn. And that lesson is, it hurts. Yes. Okay. It takes a period of time. You got to heal. Then you go through rehab and then you start playing again. It starts during in the backyard because all of a sudden you fall down, you scrape yourself, you wrench a finger or whatever it is, or sprain an ankle, and you're back playing a week later. And so it's that kind of mental set that helps get you through. The second thing is that having had injuries in the past, there's kind of a learning process in which you kind of go through in our belief system. My thought was that, okay, as damaged as it may be, I didn't lose a foot or a leg that was going to impede me from having to play. So you start the process, and you go through whatever operations, and you go through rehab, and you start working out, and you have a great belief in going through that you hopefully get back to play. And so that became a mental focus, and I think was very important for me at that time, and for a lot of people who've gone over or through injuries, is that you just kind of focus on what needs to be done to get yourself into a position. And I suppose maybe a second thought was I didn't want to get to a point in our lives, and when you look back and you say, well, if I would have, and I think I wanted to erase all those would haves or could haves in my life, so that if I moved on and it didn't happen, I couldn't make the team, or I didn't make the team, whatever it is, you didn't have to go back and say, well, I wish I would have worked out more. So if you go kind of through that process and not give yourself any excuses, hopefully good things happen, along the way. And I was very fortunate maybe to play with that team, or come back to that team, I should say, in Pittsburgh, who had great ownership with the Rooney family. They gave you an opportunity, gave you a chance. And for whatever reason, that year I came back. They put me on injured reserve. I had another operation. And the following year I came back. They put me on the developmental squad. And so they bought me, very simply, 2 years of an opportunity, 2 years to heal, 2 years to get stronger and better. And and in front of them as well. So they all of a sudden saw a change that had taken place. A young kid coming back with the injuries to 2 years later, and I came back with the team in 1973, and and I worked out and I weighed 218 pounds. I bench pressed 465 pounds. And so they saw the physical difference and the amount of time that I put in to change myself and to get better. And so they continue to give me an opportunity, and ultimately you make the most of that chance.
Rocky, you were recently honored by the NCAA with their 2020 NCAA Inspiration Award. Everybody can understand why, but in the limited time that we have left, I think you'd rather talk about your daughter, Ellie, who starred in a What Would You Fight For ad for the university and just graduated from Notre Dame this past May. What was it like having your daughter attend your alma mater and get that Notre Dame degree?
Oh, it was very special, obviously, for all of us who have had that opportunity to go to Notre Dame and to graduate. You'd like to see maybe your kids have that same experience. And she was fortunate enough to be able to get into Notre Dame and did a wonderful job while she was there, and got to participate in the orchestra, in classes. She graduated magna cum laude, which was far greater than her father did. And so actually she was a much better student than I, and upheld, quote, the name or whatever it might be. But and all we can provide as parents are opportunities, and it's what our kids do with it. And she did a wonderful job. And so I was very proud. Unfortunately, because of the virus, we weren't able to celebrate the graduation like students in the past and like I had. But I got a great picture of her standing in front of the Golden Dome with her robe and her graduation and her degree in her hand. And so that's very special to all of us and to me specifically.
Rocky, thank you for the time tonight. Thank you for sharing your story. You truly are an inspiration to all of us.
Jack, thank you very much for having me. I appreciate it.
Now let's toss it back to Ann Thompson for another amazing story. Ann?
Thanks, Jack. Joining us now is Notre Dame senior Sofia Perez, who is the host of a student-led podcast called Beyond Study Abroad. Sofia, welcome to Notre Dame Day. Before you studied abroad at the London Global Gateway in the fall of 2019, I hear you had never been outside of North America, and that since then you've traveled to 15 countries. That's a pretty rapid change. How did that come about?
Yeah, so before I went abroad, the very furthest country that I have ever been to was Canada. So that says a lot. And so when I had the opportunity to study abroad, one of the biggest reasons I chose to study abroad in London was because of its proximity to so many other European countries. So I really took advantage of this and decided to go and visit a different country each weekend while I was there. So every week, my group of friends and I would decide, what country and what are we going to do this weekend? And so we chose countries all the way from typical tourist cities like Barcelona to really unique places like Bardejov, Slovakia, and Dubrovnik, Croatia. And so after my semester abroad ended, I came out with a total of 15 different countries visited. And so my passport was running out of pages. It was awesome. I wouldn't want it any other way.
That's a good problem to have. I understand you're a biochemistry major. So how does a biochemistry major end up hosting a podcast?
Yeah, so this is really nothing that I had ever thought I would be doing. Notre Dame International, or NDI, which is the Notre Dame office that kind of organizes all the study abroad programs, sent out an email at the beginning of the semester saying that they were interested in starting a podcast and maybe having a student host or someone to come up with some ideas for it. And so clearly I love talking about my time abroad. So I was like, well, a chance to talk about how amazing abroad is, sign me up. And so I was really glad when I eventually got the position and then was able to kind of help shape the podcast into what it is today.
And so it's definitely been a step like out of my comfort zone and a huge learning experience. I never previously knew how to record an audio file, let alone upload it onto Spotify or iTunes and advertise it to the whole student body. So everyone should check it out. It's Notre Dame Beyond Study Abroad podcast. So this has really just been an amazing opportunity, and I wouldn't have ever imagined myself doing this before.
Why do you feel it's important to share these stories about studying abroad with the community?
So I think that in years past, usually students find out about studying abroad from hearing about other students' exciting stories when they come back and like which programs are great and all about the different opportunities available to Notre Dame students. But unfortunately this year, because of the pandemic, we won't have any students studying abroad this year. So next year, we really won't have that whole class of students with that abroad experience and that dynamic of students hearing from upperclassmen about their time abroad. And so really this year, we thought it was extremely important to kind of get these student stories out there for everyone to hear and know about. And what better way to do it than through a podcast? I mean, NDI does an absolutely amazing job with marketing and advertising study abroad, but there's that very special and personal aspect, about hearing firsthand from other students about how diverse and unique their program was. So we really hope to convey these stories and the uniqueness of all the Notre Dame international opportunities through every single episode of our Beyond Study Abroad podcast.
Well, Sofia, thank you for all that you're doing. I hope students make the most out of listening to this podcast, and I hope you can get back to traveling as soon as it's safe again. Now let's head over to Ellen at the Duncan Student Center for an update on tonight's giving. Ellen?
Thanks, Anne. I've been looking for a new podcast, so I might have to check that out. I think we all have a little bit of wanderlust these days, so that could maybe help. Well, things are certainly heating up here on the leaderboards. As we approach the 9 o'clock hour, we are entering the hourly challenge for student groups. That's right, the student group that gets the highest number of gifts from the hour of 9 p.m. Eastern to 10 p.m. Eastern will earn an additional $500 for their cause. Let's take a look at some of the areas that you can support. All right, within student groups, rounding out the top 3, we have College Republicans Folk Choir, ND Seed. Yearly favorite Glee Club. They are actually taking a different approach here and sharing some of the funds they raised this year with the Robinson Community Learning Center. What an awesome way for them to give back to the local community this Notre Dame Day. Great job, Glee Club. I also wanted to highlight Enable. This is a student group that uses 3D printing to create prosthetic arms and hands for individuals in need. For a gift of $40, you can give back an entire prosthetic hand to a child in need. What an awesome impact you have on the ND and local community. We also have the Notre Dame Liturgical Choir. We just heard an awesome performance from them. Show them some love this Notre Dame Day. Help them win this hourly challenge. A few other groups. National Society of Black Engineers. They currently have over $2,000 in gifts this Notre Dame Day. Great work from the National Society of Black Engineers. They have a goal of funding more community volunteering and outreach for local elementary schools, and you can help them achieve that with a gift on this Notre Dame Day. I also wanted to shout out, what's the T? Themed Entertainment Association, that is. You can give back to this group that helps engineering students who have a goal of working in a professional themed entertainment career. Super awesome. As a Disney fan myself, I know that's a cool group that I would love to get involved with. Thank you so much for all of the gifts that are coming in this Notre Dame Day. As a reminder, you'll get this Notre Dame face mask as a thank you. Keep on watching and stick with us. We'll be back with lots more great content.
The world needs a university that educates men and women who accept their responsibility to serve others. We will strive to build a community where education, inquiry, and faith combine to respond to the demands of justice. This is our goal. Let no one ever say that we dreamed too small.
Thomas Aquinas tells us to love both those whose opinions we share and those whose opinions we reject.
There's always a line.
For they all help us in our search for truth.
You get what I'm saying? Like, all we're doing is shouting.
This land was made for you and me.
An education teaches us who we are in the world. It teaches us what we can do and what we hope to become. But most importantly, it teaches us where we belong.
This college will be one of the most powerful means for doing good in this country.
Notre Dame is a place where differences of culture and religion and convictions can coexist with friendship and civility and even love.
We've been entrusted with Notre Dame to pass it on to the next generation in a way that will influence the world for another 175 years.
If a seed planted in dirt can one day preserve a species or cure the sick or resurrect a people withering economically, we dream of what a seed planted in the mind and heart can one day do.
The mind. It processes every image, every voice, every word on the page. Yearning to understand, inspired by faith, it paints a picture of the world. When given the chance to examine things from different perspectives, to turn conventional thought upside down, the mind soars.
Your goal is to go higher and higher, but the act of jumping high begins on the ground. The work is done as you approach the bar. 10 steps to build the foundation to send you on your desired path.
Notre Dame senior Sam Grew lost his leg to osteosarcoma, a type of bone cancer, when he was 13 years old.
I went from playing basketball and football with my friends to undergoing chemotherapy and treatments. I spent around 180 days and nights in the hospital. And my doctor's empathy, it helped me through some of my darkest days.
We used to think it was important to train emotional detachment. That was wrong. Here at Notre Dame, we're teaching and studying compassion from the perspectives of biology and neuroscience to help our future doctors and nurses have a foundation in a compassionate mindset, both for their patients' benefit as well as for themselves.
I know that there's more to medicine than the foundational science skills. And my best doctors communicated with me in easy-to-understand terms, and they motivated me to keep pursuing my own passions.
Sam Grew, the world title.
People like Professor Bashan are the unsung heroes of healthcare. He will impact thousands of students, which will impact hundreds of thousands of patients, all because they were grounded in the virtue of compassion.
It's an incredible time to be studying the science of compassion because everybody's hurting.
Having been the recipient of so much compassionate care, I felt that it was my duty to go and give that same treatment to others in my own career in medicine.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting for compassion in medicine.
We are the Fighting Irish.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the third hour of this special COVID edition of Notre Dame Day. I'm Vic Lombardi, proud 1991 graduate of Notre Dame. I'm also a reporter and host for Altitude TV in Denver, Colorado.
And I'm Justine Ward, a 2012 graduate of Notre Dame, broadcaster and current MBA student at the Mendoza College of Business. And we're coming to you live from the campus of the University of Notre Dame. And because things are a little different this year, we're bringing everything you love about Notre Dame straight into your homes, right from our studio on the iconic Notre Dame campus. We're practicing social distancing here on set. All of our interviews will be conducted virtually, and our live performances will take place outdoors.
So far during the show, we've heard some incredible stories from the Notre Dame family, so there's much more to come. During the hour, we'll be talking to a former Notre Dame quarterback, the fittest man on earth, Notre Dame's new diving coach, and more. Later tonight, we'll talk with a Notre Dame alum whose story has become the stuff of legend. Hear dozens of amazing Notre Dame stories and listen to music performances from our great Notre Dame student music groups. All that and so much more.
And none of this could be possible without you. While you're watching this broadcast on NotreDameDay.nd.edu, you can make a gift toward any of tonight's 947 campus causes, a mix of student groups and clubs, athletic teams, academic institutes, residence halls, and more. As a gesture of our thanks, each of you who make a gift tonight will receive this Notre Dame mask for free.
And before we get to all of these amazing stories, let's check in with Brian Diss at the Duncan Student Center for an update on tonight's giving. Brian, what's up?
Thanks, Vic. Thanks so much. We're over here at the Duncan Student Center. Really impressive, over 11,663 gifts taken in so far for Notre Dame Day, and well over $1 million, just over $1,064,000 since we started our Notre Dame Day efforts. Now, I know the Notre Dame family is a competitive bunch, so make sure while you're watching the broadcast tonight, you also peek around and look at the leaderboards and check out the competition that's happening among the different groups on campus. For now, Justine, I will send it back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Brian. And joining us now is Jada Burton, a senior from Simi Valley, California. Jada is the RA of Farley Hall, and she's here to tell us about what her role is like during this pandemic semester. So we don't have Jada just yet. And Vic has the next interview.
Jada unavailable as we speak. However, Chris Belmarez is with us, a Navy veteran, a law school candidate at the Notre Dame Law School. Chris has combined his experiences together in an organization he's president of, the Military and Veterans Law Society. Chris, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi, Vic. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. All right, so after graduating with your undergrad from the University of Texas, you spent 6 years in the United States Navy. You worked in the nuclear reactor department. How did those experiences bring you to Notre Dame?
Well, those experiences, being a part of the Navy and working in the reactor department, the next clear trajectory, the next clear step in my path was to go to law school, because that's what every person who works in the reactor does.
Well,
of course, I'm kidding. It was always the plan to go to law school, but I definitely felt at home whenever I came to Notre Dame. And I think that my experiences in the Navy and the type of community that the Navy has and the type of community here at Notre Dame are very similar. And in that way, I think that I felt very compelled to come to Notre Dame.
All right, so as the president of the Military and Veterans Law Society, what does that law society do exactly?
Well, Vic, I do want to stop and correct the record. I was the president last year. I'm the president emeritus this year. This year's president is Eric Lease. He is also a Navy veteran. And funny enough, he also worked in the reactor department aboard his carrier as well. So, which is just a bit of luck, I think, because there aren't that many of us at the law school. Anyway, the organization itself, though, does three things primarily. It is a community first and foremost. So we're a community for active duty students. We have a couple of those, reservists, and for veterans, but also for allies of the military. And we really try to make everybody feel welcome and a part of that group. And really our goal is just to be a community. The second thing that we do is we do philanthropic works. So we've, just to name a few, have done Toys for Tots annually. We also did Wreaths Across America last year, placing wreaths on the headstones of fallen veterans in South Bend Cemetery. And we also sent care packages overseas for the holidays. And those are just to name a few of the things that we've done in the past. And lastly, we try to put on programs to help inform the legal community at large about topics that touch and are relevant to military and veterans.
Good for you. I understand the group is now leading a charge to start a permanent legal clinic for veterans at Notre Dame Law School. How's that going?
Well, it's a long road to start a clinic, and anybody who started one at the law school would be the first to tell you that. The charge kind of started with my predecessor, Justin North, who was the president before I, and he was the one who had the idea. I picked it up and have been running with it. I've worked with Dean Cole, and we're really working right now, I think, on getting the funding. That's one of the biggest parts is raising money. So anybody who hears this, if you are interested in getting a legal clinic started, absolutely reach out to the law school, to development, and we'd love to make that happen.
Well, last Christmas, Chris, your fellow students organized a special treat for those serving aboard the USS Lincoln. What exactly was that treat?
Well, we sent a few care packages out to the carrier. They were on an extended deployment. It was one of the longest deployments that the Navy has ever sent people out, and they were initially supposed to come back, I believe, in October, and didn't end up coming back until after the new year. And so, of course, lots of sailors aboard the Lincoln, they didn't have supplies, so we sent a number of different items for our men and women aboard, so that way that they could sustain themselves and maybe find a little enjoyment during the holidays.
All right, well, graduation day is going to come sooner than you think this spring. What are your plans, Chris, after graduating?
Well, my wife and I just welcomed our first child, a baby girl named, and so I'll be moving to Columbus to start practicing law in Columbus and set down a little bit of roots and be able to stay somewhere for more than 2 to 3 years and get to enjoy seeing my daughter grow up.
Good for you, Chris. Thank you for joining us, and thank you especially for your service.
Thank you for that.
All right, let's go out to Irish Dave, who's in the stadium concourse for a special music performance. Irish Dave, how are you, my man?
I am doing great, and I'm very excited for this because our next group is the a cappella group here at Notre Dame called Halftime. Halftime, are you ready? Yeah. All right. So, you know, they actually just recorded and released their first live concert album, arranged, recorded, and produced by members of the group. And what I want you to do, if you are impressed by this performance, I want you to go on Spotify afterwards or go on to Apple Music, wherever you get your music from, and search for Halftime A Cappella, because the recording is absolutely amazing. So right now, the a cappella group, Halftime.
I hope to be was always me, and the love I fought to feel was always free. What if all the things I've done, yeah, were just attempts at earning love, yeah? 'Cause the hole inside my heart is stupid deep, stupid deep. If where I've tried to go was always here, and the path I've tried to cut was always clear, why has life become a plan, yeah, to put some money in my hand, when the love I really need is stupid cheap? tree. What if who I hoped to be was always me? And the love I fought to feel was always free? What if all the things I've done, yeah, were just attempts at ending love, yeah? 'Cause the hole inside my heart is stupid deep, oh, stupid deep. What if who I hoped to be was always me? What? And the love I fought to feel was always free? What if all the things I've done were just attempts at ending love? 'Cause the hole inside my heart is stupid deep, oh, stupid deep.
is a man's world.
Wow. That was absolutely incredible. The a cappella group Halftime. Now, if you love that performance, what I want you to do, and I want you to cheer if you want people to do this, go to Apple Music or Spotify and download their album. Come on! Right, so go there and look at it and put in Halftime a cappella and download it. That was absolutely amazing. The a cappella group Halftime. Wasn't that wonderful? Back to you, Vic.
Irish Dave, that was better than Pitch Perfect 1 and 2. That was awesome. Thank you. You may recognize our next guest Rich Froning Jr., who's been called the fittest man in history after winning back-to-back individual CrossFit Games championships from 2011 all the way to 2014, among many other competitive victories. He is also a self-professed Notre Dame superfan. We're excited to have him on the show tonight. Rich, welcome to Notre Dame Day, my friend. For those of us unfamiliar with the story, I am, but those who are not, can you tell us a little bit about what CrossFit is?
Oh, man. CrossFit, we basically took everything that's good about fitness and combined it into one, I guess, package. And then you compete not knowing what you're going to compete for. So it's a lot of fun.
Dude, I saw the documentary on Netflix. And as I'm watching it, I'm like sweating. It's like hurt to watch. When you go back and watch that, what was it like watching yourself compete?
I don't do it a ton. My kids now, they get a ton of, they love watching it, which is really awkward for me. I'm not huge on watching myself on TV or on videos, but I guess it is part of it comes with the profession. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really think anything about it. It's just my job. So I have fun. I enjoy it.
So what got you started in CrossFit, and how did you decide to pursue it as a career?
Yeah, so I was a firefighter here in town. I went to Tennessee Tech, was getting my undergrad in exercise science, and they had a program where you worked as a full-time firefighter, and the city of Cookeville paid your tuition. So I did that for 4 years, and one of my professors was the head strength and conditioning coach as well. And he just showed us some videos one day, and obviously I was into working out. And at the time, it was kind of an underground, a lot of military police fire did it. And so I guess as they say, the rest is history. Just kind of started doing some of the stuff and then realized you could compete at it. And here we are, 12 years later, 11 years later.
Listen, we all have a workout regimen. I know I have my own. But what you do is, I mean, that borders on the insane. I just watched you box jump there and you made it look like it was nothing. How much of your workout, how much of that is just hereditary, sweet genetics? How much of that is want-to?
It's almost a perfect storm of everything. I'm one of 32 first cousins on my mom's side. My dad's side, we have a couple cousins, but it's a lot of competition. I was just raised in competition at the time. I was thinking, they were trying to find out who was the most dominant, but now having kids, I realized they were just trying to tire us out. You take that, you take a mix of my parents are the two hardest working people that I know, mixed with, having really good high school sport coaches and just making you realize that hard work is how you get ahead, and that's how you succeed in life. And it's just a kind of a perfect storm of all that. Genetics definitely play into it. There's got to definitely be that part of it. But yeah, just perfect storm of all of it.
All right, dumb question, because I've dabbled in CrossFit and I find it extremely difficult. Is there like an age maximum? Is there a time where you just say, don't do this, you can get hurt now? You good?
No. I've got we had a guy at our gym back in 2012. He's now, I want to say Thomas is 65-ish, Thomas Lynn. He made it to the games in the 60 plus. So, that's what's kind of the beauty of it is any age, any fitness level, everybody wants to say, well, I got to get in shape before I do CrossFit. But what everybody sees of us doing at the games, that's not what CrossFit itself is. CrossFit itself is the community. It's the day-to-day, everybody in the CrossFit gyms. That is infinitely scalable. You can have people like myself who are the top 1% in the world working out next to people that just do it every day. I have a group of guys that come up to the barn and train with us every day, and they're getting a similar stimulus, maybe not the exact same weight, not the exact same movements, but it's pretty close. So that's the beauty of it.
Did you ever watch that show, Kenny Powers, Eastbound and Down? He
yeah,
uses
like
the
to play real sports.
Yeah, he goes,
yeah.
I don't want to be the best at exercising, but what you do is beyond exercising. I don't know many athletes, professional athletes, that can get through an entire CrossFit regimen. Can you explain to those who have reached the pinnacle of athletics just how tough it is?
Yeah, it's relative to anything, really. Obviously it's my profession. That's what I try to tell people. It's you can't walk into the gym and compare yourself to me right away because it's what I do for my life. It's for my living, for my job. It's the same with other sports or any real profession. It's just I happen to find I'm no better than anybody else. I just happen to find something that people enjoy watching, and like I said, I get to do what I love and train hard, and it's part of who I am is I need to work out and I need to move. And I just luckily found out that I could make a living off of it.
Well, your faith has always been near and dear to you, and we got to ask the connection to Notre Dame, because I watched the when I watched the documentary, you had Notre Dame banners all over your workout room. Why and how?
Yeah, my grandfather, John Finn, graduated in 1962 in mechanical engineering at Notre Dame. That was my dad's dad, and then my mom's dad is Catholic and Irish, so kind of, had no choice growing up. I can remember watching Notre Dame football as far back as I can remember, honestly. And, always wanted to play baseball at Notre Dame, and then realized, got to be smart and really good at baseball. And I was neither of those things. I was decent enough to play junior college ball, but, I always been a dream to play at Notre Dame, but I guess I'll settle for being a fan for sure for life.
All right, my man, what's it going to take to beat Clemson on November 7th?
Man, I was there, unfortunately, at the
there's your grandfather, by the way.
There he is. There he is. Yeah. Yep.
Look how sharp he looked back in the 60s.
He is. Still looks good. He's still around. He comes up every Sunday. He was here yesterday. He's probably watching, actually. Big Notre Dame fan. So to beat Clemson, man, I hope we play better than we did in Dallas, because I was there for that one, and that was not a pleasant experience. But I have faith. I've got a good buddy, Jake Flint. He's one of the assistant strength coaches, and I have full faith in him that he'll have the boys ready to go.
Rich, it was an honor to interview you after watching that. I get tired just talking to you now. I mean, I feel tired. I feel like I just worked out.
I appreciate you having me. Yeah, count it.
All right, Rich, we'll talk to you, man. That's Rich Froning Jr., the fittest man on earth. Justine, back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Vic. And joining us now is former U.S. Olympian and the recently appointed head diving coach at Notre Dame, Mark Bradshaw. Coach, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you. This is very exciting.
Yeah, we're happy to have you. Now, Coach, you announced your retirement from coaching in April this year after 23 years at Arizona State. Then 3 months later, it's announced you're leading our program. So walk me through that phone call and why you knew you had to come to Notre Dame.
Well, it's all kind of crazy. I guess it goes with the 2020 and COVID and all that. But I actually retired only from ASU at the time. Was kind of maybe stepping away from coaching, and I was looking maybe for a fresh start, and the timing might not have been the best because of COVID, but I happened to hear that the Notre Dame coaching opportunity was available, and it sounded very intriguing to me. And the thing about it is probably no other school would have attracted me the way a Notre Dame would have, just because of the name brand. And, it means so much, just Notre Dame. I mean, and then moving forward, Coach Litzinger, our head swim coach, he really recruited me very hard, and I was convinced. So I'm not surprised. I'm surprised, but I'm not surprised. Mm-hmm. And I'm just relishing this opportunity that I have here.
Well, welcome. We're so happy to have you here. Now, you're filling the shoes of a legendary coach here at Notre Dame who retired after 25 years. Now, had your paths crossed much over the years?
Absolutely. Actually, when I was a competitive athlete myself back in the day, Kai Ming was national team coach for China. So I first knew him in that role. And of course, obviously over the last 25, 27 years, I've known Coach for quite some time, and, always at the national championships, and always have had a great amount of respect for the program he's run. He's always had great divers at the NCAA championships. So yeah, no doubt. So I actually knew him before he came to America.
Oh, wow. So you do have a Notre Dame connection. Now you're here, but you had one for a long time. And you have a long list of accolades. You've coached 4 NCAA champions. You've earned 8 Pac-10 Men's Diving Coach of the Year and 1 Women's Diving Coach of the Year awards. You now have a feel for this Notre Dame team. What is possible for this program?
Well, you know, the biggest part is, since, you know, these student athletes have had Kai Ming as their coach, and, you know, all of a sudden they have someone different. You know, the philosophy and the styles in terms of what we're teaching are the same, but it's different coming from somebody else. But the mantra is the same with any program I've ever had. You know, we come in, we are gonna go by the plan that's written out every day and every week and every month, and, you know, we'll grind it out and work real hard, and our goal is always to be diving the best at the end of the season, which for us is February and March. So, you know, that philosophy is intact, and whether it was, you know, where I'd been before or here and now, and our student athlete divers have embraced it. And I've been very pleased with their outpouring of just their enthusiasm and, you know, embracing the change. And, you know, so, you know, we have a wide variety of skill levels on this team, you know, kids who've been diving for a long time and kids who have not. So they each will have a role in what we're doing. And, but the thing that's made me very happy is that they've taken this transition very well.
And Coach, how have things been different this year as far as your training program during this pandemic?
Well, it's just that it's just been different. You know, we've been able to actually have great training sessions. And probably the biggest thing is just having to wear masks. You know, we have to wear the mask a lot. We do dry land. We have a great brand new dry land facility, you know, from our benefactors, the hires who were divers here in '94, I think was their graduation year. And it's just an impeccable facility. And so, like, during the dry land, we have to wear a mask, and, you know, it's not ideal. But, you know, we're getting our training in. I think the biggest thing is the student athletes are really eager to start competing. It's been a while. So we have a home meet with Pitt coming up in a couple weeks. So they're pretty geared up for that.
Well, Coach, best of luck. Thank you so much for joining us, and welcome to the Notre Dame family.
Thank you so much. It's great. Thank you.
All right, next, our remote anchor is taking us to another place on Notre Dame's beautiful campus. Carolyn, where are you at?
Thanks so much, Justine. I'm here live from Corby Hall in the Holy Spirit Chapel. Now, it's named this after Father Ted because his favorite prayer was "Come, Holy Spirit." And you can see there's a dove above the altar for the Holy Spirit there. Well, the entire renovation for Corby Hall was a gift from Jay and Mary Flaherty. The Flaherty family is actually related to Father Ted. Mary is Father Ted's niece. And Father Ted lived here in Corby Hall for nearly 50 years, and he actually wasn't the only famous Notre Dame figure to do so. Legendary Notre Dame football coach Knute Rockne also lived here, but only for 3 years, a much shorter stint here in Corby Hall, until 1914 when he graduated from Notre Dame. We can see there's 2 windows here. There's a lot of stained glass, beautiful stained glass, and Stations of the Cross. But here, 2 specific ones. Father Basil Moreau, the founder of Holy Cross, in this window. And Notre Dame students actually take a class at Notre Dame as freshmen about adjusting to college with lessons from sleep to life conversations to career development. On the other side of the chapel, you can see St. Andre Bessette, whose 10-year anniversary of his canonization just passed on October 17th. Well, the renovation was meant to keep a strong resemblance to the original Corby Hall, but also meant to better suit Holy Cross needs. It began in summer 2018 and reopened recently, and I can tell you that students have been very impressed with the exterior of the building and the landscaping out front, and that famous sycamore tree is still standing outside. Now we'll go back to Vic Lombardi in the studio. Vic.
Thanks, Caroline. An amazing amount of history there. All right, joining us now, marketing major Paul Farrington, who along with some of his other Carroll Hall residents created their own radio show on WVFI. Paul, welcome to the show, my man. I know a little something about WVFI, but first I have to ask you, how did you get involved with this?
Oh, well, first off, thanks, Vic. And when I was a freshman, so Duncan Student Center had just been finished, and we were allowed in, walking around near the NDTV studios. They had a bunch of flyers there, and one of them had, WVFI, looking for DJs, broadcasters. And to me, it was something I had always been interested in. So I grabbed one and got off and running. All
right, take yourself back a long, long time ago, 1988, back when WVFI was located in the Fortune Student Center. I walk in, same deal, and I said, I want to do a sports talk radio show. And they go, we don't do sports talk here. We just do music. So did anybody do sports talk or any of that business before you showed up, or did you have to convince them of that?
So I'm pretty sure by the time I got started that you could pretty much do whatever you wanted. But we said, yeah, we'd love to do sports. And they said, that's awesome. We'd love to have you.
And you're calling it your name, the Paul Farrington Show. Couldn't you come up with something a little more creative, Paul? Really? You got to call it by your own name?
The story behind that is that we were originally going to have it be called Out in the Street because I'm a big Bruce Springsteen fan, and I heard the song. I was like, hey, that's a great intro song. And we were going to go around asking people questions before. Me and one of my roommates, Will, were the two guys originally on it. We were going to ask people questions like out in the street on Will's way to class. But when we realized that was not possible because neither of us got up in time, we decided, you know what? The placeholder was Paul Farrington Show. And even though I didn't really like the name, I was like, well, it could be with Will Cooch or something. He's like, no, just the Paul Farrington Show. And that stuck.
It's like the Dan Patrick Show. What's the difference? All right, so what nights, what days, when do you broadcast? And to whom do you broadcast? Does VFI have an antenna now? We never had one back in the day.
So we like to claim that we go to a worldwide audience because we get our friends who study abroad or who have moved out to Europe to listen. But yeah, you can listen anywhere as long as you have internet. You can listen to the show. We're on every Friday from 11 to noon, and it's a pretty fun time in the studio.
Man, it's crazy. It's like I'm looking into a Wayback Mirror here because you also do Notre Dame football games, and so did I. Yeah. Back when we actually got to travel with the team. I covered Notre Dame Miami in the heat of that rivalry in 1988.
Really?
We went down the Orange Bowl, and we'd broadcast. We told them we were at the student radio station, Paul. Not a soul listened to us. We just broadcast into a tape deck, brought it back, played it, nobody listened. Is it the same way now? Do you get to broadcast to students? Who do you broadcast to?
So it's also done through WVFI, the exact same place where we do our radio show. It's that same station. So you still have that worldwide audience, but it's the same thing. Yeah, we still get to travel. We don't travel with the team or anything, but they fly us down and, a free trip to Orlando for the bowl game. I have no complaints with that.
That's fantastic. All right, so is this what you want to do for a living, or do you want the Paul Farrington Show to go national? Do you want to make money off this thing? What do you want?
Well, if I can make money off of this, I would love to. I think it's great. I always enjoy doing it. And yeah, it would be a dream come true to be able to do this for a career. But I know that it's a very difficult industry to get into. So just got to, have the motivation and work towards it. But if the opportunity presents itself, yeah, it would be unbelievable to do it.
Paul, you're halfway there. If we could do it, you're in. Trust me. What was the big topic of this week's show? Just curious.
Last week, so we love to do our Football Fridays, and we talk a lot of NFL. So I'm a big Minnesota Vikings fan. It's a miserable world as a Viking fan. So there's tons of content there for you, and we just have our friends call in and family members call in and just get to mess around for an hour. It's a great time.
That's outstanding. I had my roommates call the Notre Dame Pitt game with me back in 1990. I had 3 different roommates in there. Oh, that's awesome. Paul, best of luck to you, my man. Good luck with the rest of your semester, okay?
Thanks, Vic. Thanks for everything.
Paul Farrington from the Paul Farrington Show. Justine with another great
Very
Notre
well
Dame
done,
story,
Vic.
Justine.
Very well done. All right, on with us now is a sophomore from Basden Hall, Trisha Curtin. And Trisha is a pre-med major who started a popular food blog during quarantine. I know a lot of us got into the baking during quarantine. And Trisha, welcome to Notre Dame Day. How are you?
Hi, I'm good.
So tell us, why did you decide to create this food page?
So I always had an interest in making food. I make breakfast every morning, so I figured that while I was in quarantine and I'm making all of my food anyway, I could stay connected with my friends. So I followed probably 150 friends who I thought wouldn't be annoyed by my daily food posts, and it just took off.
Yeah, I've seen some of these posts. They look delicious. So how much of your day do you actually spend preparing food for your blog?
Probably 25 to 30 minutes. It really depends. Since I'm at school, I can make breakfast for myself or friends in no time. But making baked goods, or I made an ice cream cake in the second floor Basden kitchen, and that definitely takes a lot longer.
Yeah, we're seeing some of these dishes now. Now, do you live in a dorm, Trisha? How are you making this work in a dorm?
I do live in Basden Hall. Very proud of my dorm. It definitely has been a challenge. I haven't had such nice lighting like I do at home. Usually, I think you just saw a white background. That was always on the window seat of my house. So now that I'm at school, I usually take my photos outside on the porch. Now it's getting cold, so it's a little bit more of a challenge.
Lighting is key. Now, so you're pre-med. Do you see a connection between food and your studies and what you eventually want to do?
I definitely do see a connection between wellness and the food one eats. That really intrigues me. I'm currently in the Family Studies Lab under the direction of Dr. Edward Cummings, but hopefully this summer I'll do some research, an independent research project on the link between malnutrition and diet, or just nutrition in general. And I also was a freshman in the football sports medicine program last semester, and I could see firsthand how important fueling was. So hopefully once hiring freeze is over, I could work for ND Sports Nutrition. So even though I'm not discovering different scientific facts about nutrition in my neuroscience or Spanish classes, there's so many different ways at Notre Dame to be involved in nutrition.
Oh, that's great. If I give advice to anyone, do what you love and you'll never work a day in your life. So if you love this, you got to go after it. So you started posting, and then what happened?
So I didn't really expect anything to happen, especially just because I always make food anyway, so there wasn't anything special about it to me. But now that people come up to me on campus and they tell me that they love my posts, or that they look forward to it in the morning, that definitely makes my day. I think one time someone DM'd me and I was happy about it for a week. It just the use of hashtags definitely helped out. And then also so many friends and friends of friends, and then their moms, so many random people just start following it.
That's awesome. Well, social media is also a great skill to have these days. Thank you so much, Trisha. I am getting hungry looking at all of that. So we appreciate you coming on.
Thank you so much.
Now, after this short break, Vic will be talking with former Notre Dame quarterback Brady Quinn. You're going to want to see that. Stay with us.
The world needs a university that educates men and women who accept their responsibility to serve others. We will strive to build a community where education, inquiry, and faith combine to respond to the demands of justice. This is our goal. Let no one ever say that we dreamed too small.
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm Vic Lombardi. Joining us now, one of the all-time greats, Notre Dame football, one of the all-time great quarterbacks, Brady Quinn, who set 36 records during his time with the Fighting Irish. Now I get to see Brady on television each week with his broadcasting responsibilities, CBS Sports HQ and Fox Sports. Also does a radio show for Fox Sports Radio. Brady, welcome to the show. How many times have you been told you have a face for radio?
My mom used to tell me that all the time growing up. So it's so appropriate that was what I transitioned into.
Come on, man. It must be hard waking up beautiful every morning. That must be a chore, isn't it?
Yeah, sure. You can go ahead and call it that way. But there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes to make it all possible.
Oh, I'm sure there is. And Brady, you statistically are one of the greatest quarterbacks ever. 95 touchdown passes, the most ever from someone wearing that gold helmet. So next on that list is current Notre Dame quarterback Ian Book and his offensive coordinator Tommy Rees. They're both tied at 61. That has to be quite humbling. When you think of the tradition, the lore, the list of Notre Dame legends to play that position, and you're number one on that list, how does that feel?
Well, look, obviously, again, that's something that I think it took a lot of help out around me. You know, I was fortunate to have a lot of great guys, and obviously Jeff Samardzija and Raymond McKnight, Maurice Stovall, tight ends, Anthony Fasano, John Carlson, Marcus Freeman, you know, all those guys. I mean, without their help, you know, it's not a completion, it's not a touchdown. So I was very fortunate to play with a great group of guys, obviously early on, but really when Charlie Weiss got there too, you know, his offensive mind and just him putting us in the best position to be able to succeed. So, you know, I think the only regret was not being born maybe 2 years later and having more time to, you know, be with Charlie Weiss there at Notre Dame. Maybe things would have worked out a little bit different for him there.
Yeah, I wanted to get your thoughts on Ian Book, by the way, because I'm sure you watch like we do. The offense, the first few weeks, you're wondering, can they hit the big shot? And then last week against Pittsburgh, it all came together, didn't it? How did you see it come together? What was different?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing was, Ben Skoranek really had stepped up the grad transfer from Northwestern. And for anyone who was able to watch him during his time there, you kind of saw that he was one of their best, pass catchers on the outside. So I was excited to see what he could be for the Notre Dame team this year. And the other thing is, people tend to forget, I mean, the way this team's been impacted by COVID, not only just before the season started, but even during the season now, it's hard to get into a rhythm and then to find a chemistry, especially with a newer player, guys a grad transfer, let alone some of the other pieces on this team. So, you lost Claypool last year, you lost Kmet, you bring in a bunch of new guys in an unprecedented time. It's hard to get into that rhythm. I think we're starting to see this entire offense with the pass game in particular.
Brady, I do not want to disrespect Georgia Tech. The next game is against Georgia Tech. I don't care about Georgia Tech. Does Notre Dame have enough to compete with Clemson?
Well, first off, let me just say this. Do not let this be a trap game.
I know. I knew that
young
was coming.
Quarterback, that freshman quarterback at Georgia Tech is special now. He is special. He will be something to contend with in the future. I'm telling you right now, Jeff Collins has that program going in the right direction. They've got a lot of good athletes. They're a better defense than people give them credit. And if you trip up this week, that makes next week worthless.
Yeah.
So do not take this team lightly. All that being said, I mean, look, Clemson's Clemson. They didn't look great last week versus Syracuse. Syracuse might be the worst team in the ACC. So it's not like they can necessarily overlook anyone either. But the bottom line is, we'll face that challenge when we get there. But that is a tough team to face right now with everything that Clemson's got going on.
All right, when you hear people say there's nothing in college football like being the quarterback at the University of Notre Dame, you've lived that. Why is that statement so true, Brady?
Because there's no other college quarterback that's going to be recognized around the world. I can't tell you how many times just traveling overseas, you run into someone in Ireland, you run into someone in London and Italy, and they recognize you most oftentimes as the Notre Dame quarterback. I mean, I think Joe Montana's probably, because of his success with the 49ers, has been about the only quarterback who, because of that success in the NFL, probably is looked at first as a 49er quarterback before Notre Dame. But outside of him, I think most quarterbacks, regardless of what they did after their career, are still recognized as the Notre Dame quarterback. It just has that sort of national following, that sort of national draw.
All right, so you went on to marry a former Olympian, and together you now have had 3 beautiful daughters. What's it like being a girl dad 3 times over?
It's the greatest thing in the world. You know, I thought I knew what love was when I met my wife, and I proposed to her and all that. And then, you know, Sloan came out, our eldest, then Tegan, and then Cassidy, and they're all three so different. And I just, with each one, like that love grows more and more and more and more. So I'm one of them. I'm the luckiest guy in the world, given what I'm surrounded by in my household. So I just, you know, I'm not sure if we're done yet trying to have kids or not. But I know this much: if we have, you know, one more, you know, that love will only continue to grow in our family. It's been a fun journey.
So I come to understand that tomorrow is your birthday, Brady. Congratulations, happy birthday! How are you celebrating?
We're not doing anything. We're actually moving right now. So I'm in the process of probably packing up the U-Haul we rented and trying to finish off the move because we sold our house, so we got to get out of here by Wednesday. So we won't be doing much other than just getting stuff out of this house.
Ryan Harris wanted me to ask you, though, who is most popular worldwide, the Notre Dame quarterback or one of the Notre Dame tackles? Ryan contends he's more popular than you are.
Well, first off, he's got that sort of personality, where, of course, but not all of us were able to be on a reality TV show before we came to Notre Dame. So that's what most people forget is the stardom that Ryan Harris was able to have before he even stepped foot on campus.
I tell you what, Brady, you haven't changed one bit. Happy birthday. It's amazing conducting an entire interview with you, and you didn't move one bit. You're just sitting there staring right at the television screen. It's amazing. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks,
Brady Quinn, everybody. Let's go to Justine with our next guest.
Happy birthday, Brady. All right. So joining us now is a first-year student from Anchorage, Alaska, Cody Knop. Cody's a talented musician, and he's here to play us a song. Cody, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi, great to be here.
So, Cody, tell me how this whole music journey started for you.
Well, I started with a pop vocal coach when I was 6 and began taking classical guitar lessons when I was 7. Several years later, I began classical voice studies and moved to contemporary guitar music. And well, here I am today.
Wow, so you've been at this a while. Cody, do a lot of Notre Dame students come from Alaska? Is there a big Notre Dame contingent out there?
Not really. This was our biggest year yet, and we have 3 Alaskan freshmen at Notre Dame, to my knowledge. So
great.
Not a huge class, but we're very passionate.
Awesome. Okay, so a few weeks ago you played at Rock the Vote on the Library Quad as a first-year student. What was that experience like for you?
In a word, it was awesome. I'd played many venues before, but never in front of Touchdown Jesus. And all the Duncan guys came out to support me, and it was really great. Our rector also immortalized the whole thing with some awesome pictures. It was truly a wonderful experience. It was really amazing.
Oh, it sounds really special. So what song are you going to play for us tonight?
Wonderful Tonight by Eric Clapton.
All right, take it away.
It's late in the evening, just wondering what clothes to wear. Puts on her makeup, brushes her long blonde hair, and then she asks me, do I look alright? And I say yes, you look wonderful tonight. Go to a party, everyone serves to see this beautiful lady who's walking around with me. And then she asks me, do you feel alright? And I say yes. I feel wonderful tonight. I feel wonderful 'cause I see the love light in your eyes and the wonder of it all is that you just don't realize how much I love you. It's time to go home now. I got an aching head, so I give her the car keys. She helps me to bed, and then I tell her as I turn out the light, I say, my darling, you are wonderful tonight. Oh, my darling, you are wonderful tonight.
What a great voice, and shout out to the Duncan Hall community. I know they have a great group of young men living in that hall, so awesome to consider throwing them some gifts this Notre Dame Day. Well, I wanted to also give a huge thank you to every single one of you who has tuned in and shown your support for a cause that's important to you on Notre Dame Day. We are approaching the 10 o'clock hour, which is the hourly challenge for club sports. Let's dive in to see some of the club sports that you can support this hour. As a reminder, the club sport that earns the most gifts in the 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock hour will earn an additional $500 for their group. A great chance to amplify your impact. All right, diving into club sports. Pom Squad still holding strong with 270 gifts. Will someone overcome them? I know club volleyball, women's club volleyball is number 2, raising $6,700 so far. Shout out to the Women's Club Volleyball Vice President, Ashley, who herself has personally raised over $1,600. Great work. She describes her teammates as family members rather than just friends. So awesome to see that kind of community being built through these club sports on campus. A few other groups to highlight: men's rowing, women's club rugby, and Ultimate Frisbee Club of Notre Dame with over $5,700. I think that everybody on campus knows that Ultimate Frisbee is such a tight-knit and unique group of students on campus. It's awesome to see them continuing to build community and celebrate and share in the fun times and compete through Ultimate Frisbee. So many alumni and students valued their experience on that team. As you can see, a long list of groups that you can support this Notre Dame Day. Take a look, see what people are up to, what their goals are, and how you can help reach them. Thank you so much, and keep on watching for more great content.
Thomas Aquinas tells us to love both those whose opinions we share and those whose opinions we reject.
There's always a line.
For they all help us in our search for truth.
You get what I'm saying? Like, all we're doing is showing.
This land was made for you and me.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the fourth hour of this special COVID edition of Notre Dame Day. I'm Vic Lombardi, proud 1991 graduate of Notre Dame, a reporter and host for Altitude Television in Denver, Colorado.
And I'm Justine Ward, a 2012 graduate of Notre Dame, broadcaster and current MBA student at the Mendoza College of Business. Now we're coming to you live from the campus of the University of Notre Dame. Now because things are a little different this year, we're bringing everything you love about Notre Dame straight into your homes, right from our studio on the iconic Notre Dame campus. We're practicing social distancing here on set. All our interviews will be conducted virtually, and all our live performances will take place outdoors, Vic.
So far during Notre Dame Day, we've heard some incredible stories from the Notre Dame family, and there's so much more to come. During the hour, we'll be talking to the first female leprechaun, a student started a garden on campus, a teacher in the ACE Chili program, and much more. That's later tonight. We'll also talk with the man whose story has since become legend. Hear dozens of amazing Notre Dame student stories and listen to breathtaking music performances. All that and so much more.
And none of this could be possible without you. While you're watching this broadcast on NotreDameDay.nd.edu, you can make a gift toward any of tonight's 947 campus causes. A mix of student groups and clubs, athletic teams, academic institutes, residence halls, and more. As a gesture of our thanks, each of you who make a gift tonight will receive this Notre Dame mask for free.
Before you get to hear all of these amazing stories, let's check in with Brian Diss at the Duncan Student Center for an update on tonight's giving. Brian.
Thanks so much, Vic. Don't forget, these masks will only be available for just over 24 more hours when you make a gift on NotreDameDay.nd.edu. Check out all of the great campus causes and opportunities. One we want to mention, college mentors for kids. Students here in Notre Dame who are going out into the local South Bend community and providing a mentorship opportunity for the young students and elementary students here in South Bend. Just another great example of Notre Dame students doing work for good here in our community, and these are just some of the great students you can impact with a gift to Notre Dame Day today. Vic, back to you.
Thank you, Brian. Joining us now is sophomore business analytics student from Southern California. His name is Scott Hong. Scott is here to tell us about sharing his passion for speech and debate with the next generation of students. Scott, welcome to Notre Dame Day, my friend.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. You moved from South Korea to California when you were 13 years old, and then you joined the speech and debate team shortly thereafter. What drew you to speech and debate exactly?
So in my early childhood days in South Korea, even though I wasn't necessarily living in the States, I would still travel to California to spend my winter days here studying. So I've been doing that since I was in first grade. So when the transition took place when I was 13 years old, I really realized that I had to truly immerse myself into the American culture and the education system here. And I thought there's no better way to do it than speech and debate. Yeah. And just the intensity of the activity and the hard work that it requires and the preparation for it just made it super exciting for me to join the activity and the team.
You're a Lakers fan. I'm not going to hold that against you. But anyway, you picked this up at an early age. And all these years later, you're still finding ways to use your skills by tutoring. You tutor fifth graders. How did that start?
Mm-hmm. So I always had a passion for teaching and mentoring students. So this was a great habit that I developed, especially in high school as the captain and the novice debate coach for our school's debate team. So I've been tutoring and coaching kids ever since then. So when the quarantine took place and the pandemic hit, I was introduced to a couple of church family friends of ours and heard that that their kids wanted to learn speech and debate. So I just naturally took on that opportunity. And I've been tutoring them every Saturday for an hour and a half since then.
That is so cool. How challenging is it to organize your own curriculum?
Oh, it is most certainly challenging because of the fact that they're fifth grade students. And I know for a fact that me as a fifth grader, looking back, I would not be able to come up with my own arguments, confidently speak in front of their peers. And just making those adjustments and understanding where my students stand was the most difficult part of designing the curriculum. But now, once that I've been tutoring these kids for about 5 to 6 months now, I understand where they are at, and now it has been a lot easier to move forward with the curriculum than before.
All right, so you began by teaching them how to structure arguments. We all need some help there. And then you moved on to public speaking. So what's the next goal for these students?
So I purposely structure my curriculum so that these elementary students understand the basics of argumentation, because that is one of the most crucial parts of becoming a successful debater, and understanding how to do research and come up with your own arguments. And those are just some of the essential traits that you need to have. So now that that step is complete, the next step was for me to help them confront their fear for public speaking, which is why for the last couple of weeks, I've been training them to write their own speeches and present them in class in front of their peers. And I instantly give them feedback on the spot. So it has been very helpful, and they've been developing a lot since the first time I saw them. And I'm hoping that their skills are good enough so when I come back to California for winter break and I can actually get to see them and tutor them in person again, I'm hoping to, number one, for them to show off the skills and the development that they had over the last couple of months to their parents in a speech event with their parents, and eventually get them to the point where they're able to have a successful debate round for an hour. And I know that's a long-term goal, but I can assure you that it will happen very soon.
Well, Scott, you've mastered speech and debate from a teaching level, it sounds like to me, and you do it yourself. Do you find yourself just arguing with random students in the dining hall? What do you do with it?
I mean, if you ask any of my friends, they could definitely tell you about it. I mean, I could argue from anything about, who had a better meal for lunch, or who had a better meal for dinner, or sometimes just arguing about anything in the dorm. I'm sure my friends can tell you a lot about it.
Michael Jordan or LeBron James? That's my argument to
you. As a new generation basketball fan, I think I might have to go with LeBron. I might be getting a lot on hate for this, but as a true diehard Laker
fan, Scott, you just lost that argument. I'm going to dock points right now. I'm going to dock points on your final score. Hey, buddy, great story.
That is so unfortunate.
Great stuff what you're doing with those kids. Keep it up, all right? Thank you, Scott.
Thank you very much. Have a great rest of your day.
No problem. Let's go on to Justine with another great Notre Dame student. Justine.
All right, thanks, Vic. Now, joining us now is Adair Malinsky, a resident of Howard Hall who started the Howard Garden. Managed through the donations of alums, this COVID-friendly initiative aims to involve the residents of Howard Hall in a relaxing atmosphere. Adair, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi, thank you for having me.
So how did you get into gardening?
So I actually got into gardening with my parents over quarantine as sort of a way to get out of the house and spend some more time outside, a little stress relief during the COVID quarantine days.
So I do not have a green thumb. I have trouble keeping plants alive. So what recommendations would you have for somebody who's a new gardener?
My parents and I do not have green thumbs either. My mom's from New York City, so we were kind of learning together. We started by planting just in pots. Those are kind of the easiest ones to start with.
All right, so what plants, we're seeing some of it now, what do you have in the garden?
Most of them are fall-friendly plants. So mums, of course, a favorite at Notre Dame's campus. They survive well during the changing months in the fall. So that's kind of what we decided to stick with.
So we mentioned it's COVID friendly, it's outdoors. What events usually take place in the garden?
So we've tried to do, you can be as hands-on or hands-off as you want. So every week we have a watering schedule where residents can sign up for a day where it's their job to at some point get outside and make sure the plants have enough water and show them a little love. Aside from that, we've also had a pot painting event, which a lot of first years came to, which was awesome. And we even did, as the picture just showed, a field trip to Lowe's to pick out some new plants of just a few weeks ago.
So what benefits are you seeing from this garden on the residents of Howard Hall?
Well, the original intention of the garden was to give residents the opportunity to take a study break and relieve some stress, get outside. And I think a lot of residents have found the gardens provided them with that. Also, just this semester, we've been spending a lot more time outside, and Howard has the awesome patio that was in the photo, so hasn't been utilized so much in years past, and the garden has been able to kind of beautify that space and make it a welcoming space for students to eat meals, do homework, and hang out together, which has been awesome.
That's great. Well, we know that winter is coming. We know how the winter is here in South Bend. So what are the plans for the garden?
Well, all the plants are perennials, so we're hoping they'll come back to us next year. There are a few international students in Howard who will be in South Bend over the winter, and one of them is offered to take care of our plant friends for the winter months. Also, we may have to put them inside the hall, so still kind of figuring out what's going to happen, but we're hoping they'll be back next fall.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Adair. Thanks for beautifying our campus.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to Irish Dave in the Stadium Concourse for a special music performance. Irish Dave.
Yes, hello. We are back down here in the concourse. For anybody who was worried, I mentioned earlier that I was freezing. It's actually getting warmer now, so we're fine. But thank you for all your concerns. But we have another musical group. Notre Dame this evening has just shown us really how much talent is on this campus, and you will not be disappointed by our next group. They're an a cappella group called the Undertones. They're a subset of the Glee Club, and yeah, they're going to perform their pop a cappella. Their first song is called Doom Days. It is the Undertones.
Watch the world burn, all I think about is you. When I watch the world burn, all I think about is you. There must be something in the Kool-Aid, cruising through the doom days. God knows what is real and what is fake. Last couple years have been a mad trip. How'd you look so perfect? You must have some portraits in the attic. We'll stay offline so no one gets hurt. Hiding from the real world, just don't read the comments ever, ever. We messed this house up like the planet. We were running riot. Crazy that some people still deny it. Think I'm addicted to my phone, my scrolling horror show. I'm live streaming the final days of Rome. One tab along, it's holographic. We were running riot. No surprise, we're so easily bored. Let's pick the truth that we believe in, like a bad religion. Tell me all your original sins. Many questionable choices. We love the sound that our voice makes. Now this echo chamber's getting loud. We're gonna choose the blue pill. We're gonna close the curtains. We're gonna rabbit hole down third act love now. She's gonna flip some tables. I'm gonna move this tail on. We're gonna rabbit hole down third act love now. We'll be the proud remainers here till the morning breaks us. We run away from real life thoughts tonight. We're gonna pizza pan out, fade to the close-up arms round. We run away from real life thoughts tonight. When I watch the world burn, all I think about is you. When I watch the world burn, all I think about is you. All I think about is you. So I put my phone down and fall into the night with you. Why do you build me up, buttercup baby, just to let me down and mess me around? And then worst of all, you never call baby when you say you will. But I love you still, I need you more than anyone, darling. You know that I have from the start. So build me up, buttercup, don't break my heart. I'll be over at 10, you told me time and again, but you're late. I wait around and then I go to the door, I can't take anymore. It's not you, you let me down again. Baby, baby, I'll try to find a little time and I'll make you happy. I'll be home, I'll be beside the phone waiting for you. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Why do you build me up, buttercup, baby, just to let me down? You mess me around and then worst of all, you never call, baby, when you say you will. But I love you still, I need you more than anyone, darling. You know that I have from the start. So build me up, buttercup, don't break my heart. You were my toy, but I could be the boy you adore if you just let me know. Although you're untrue, I'm attracted to you all the more. Why do I need you so? Baby, baby, I'll try to find a little time and I'll make you happy. I'll be home, I'll be beside the phone waiting for you. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Why do you build me up, buttercup, baby, just to let me down and mess me around? And then worst of all, you never call, baby, when you say you will. But I love you still, I need you more than anyone, darling. You know that I have from the start. So build me up, buttercup, don't break my heart. I need you more than anyone, baby. You know that I have from the start. So build me up, buttercup, don't break my heart.
Whoa. That was absolutely amazing. The Undertones here performing live from the concourse of the Notre Dame Stadium. Just so much talent here at Notre Dame. You guys are really fantastic. Do you have to be a student to be in the Undertones? Because after watching you guys, I really want to sing a song with you, but I won't put our viewers through that torture of listening to me singing. But back to you, Vic. So much talent.
Wow. The amount of sheer talent on this campus, Irish David, continues to amaze. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Joining us now is junior Alan Yomo, a business analytics major who's here to talk about becoming the president of Stanford Hall. Alan, welcome to the show.
Hi, thank you, Vic. Thank you for having me.
All right. Why did you decide to run for Hall president?
No, actually, I'd always wanted to do it, but it wasn't until my roommate, Michael Babikian, sent me a text saying, hey, I think you and I should do this. He invited me to be president. He was vice president. And we felt that we were cut out for the role because we've really fallen in love with what Stanford Hall has to offer. It's one of the best dorms on campus, and obviously in all of our opinions. But what we really wanted to do is build a more cohesive, a more inclusive environment for students here in Stanford Hall, residents. So as they go out into Notre Dame, that they know when they come back, they're coming back to their home.
Well, I'm sure when you decided to run, you weren't going to face, you weren't expecting to face a global pandemic. How much did that change things, and how did you have to be on your feet for that?
Right. It was definitely a tough transition because starting in March, April, we started to see the full effects of the pandemic. But we knew that one thing that we had to do was remain together, even when we're far away. And so we built in opportunities where people could come formally together, whether that's, to hang out as friends over Zoom or, actually go into deep discussions about the issues facing our nation and whatnot. We built all these opportunities for students and residents here to make sure that they still felt that like they had a home, even when they were far away. And when we got here, that didn't change. We continue to build this room for conversation for our residents to make sure that they know that in their home, they can fully express themselves, whether that's, the pain they're feeling or the joy they're feeling in the moments that they're in.
So, Alan, one of your Hall Council's big initiatives is called Big Stanford Love. What does that stand for? What do you do with that?
Man, Big Stanford Love, shorthand BSL. This came about 4 years ago with our former rector, Justin McDevitt. We call him JMac, where he wanted to create a spirit here in Stanford Hall. And so it just became something known as Big Stanford Love. Big Stanford Love is what you feel when you meet someone from Stanford Hall. This openness, nature of welcoming, where you feel like you are wanted and you belong in that place that you're in. And so that's a community we want to create here in Stanford. And so we end pretty much every email with either scrawl, which is what we think the sound that griffins make, our mascot, or BSL, let people know that they're loved, that we at Stanford Hall, we come with love.
That's great to hear. All right, so what is something you hope to accomplish in your remaining time here as Hall president?
Right. I don't mean to throw any shade at South Quad, but South Quad definitely has a lot more to offer sometimes. What we really want to do at Stanford Hall is build up North Quad to be a community in of itself. You know, South Quad now has South Lawn, Library Lawn, and all these different things. At Stanford Hall, we want to lead the charge towards creating a North Quad that people want to be in, a community that's tightly bonded. Whether that's in the future, we want to offer North Quad apparel or North Quad events that include all the dorms here in North Quad. That's one of our biggest goals at Stanford Hall. And I'm looking, me and my VP, Malcolm Abickin, looking to make sure that happens here next semester.
Hold on, are you saying that the North Quad is trying to secede from the campus?
No, we're not seceding, but we are building a community that will be known and that will be heard. That's a goal, and I'm saying it now, and hopefully, when we talk, this will have happened.
By the way, those books behind you, I haven't read a lot of them, but Shoe Dog by Phil Knight's extraordinary. Have you read most of those books, or all of them?
I'm trying. I'm trying. I'll be honest. I'm about halfway of Shoe Dog, but you know, as soon as I get through it, I'll let you know what I thought of it.
Alan, you're very impressive, buddy. Thank you very much. Best of luck in the rest of your election season.
Thank you very much. You have a good one.
Wish you a safe semester as well. Let's go back to Justine Ward now with another special guest. Justine.
All right, thanks, Vic. Now joining us now is a senior from Elyria, Ohio, Lynette Wilkie. And Lynette studies film, television, and theater, which is my major here at Notre Dame, with minors in business, economics, and musical theater. In addition to her studies, Lynette has made history as Notre Dame's first female leprechaun. Lynette, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi, thank you. How's everybody doing?
We're doing good. It's nice to see you.
It's great to see you too. I'm super excited.
Happy to have you. So Lynette, tell me how you ended up here at Notre Dame.
Okay, so I actually had an older cousin who was going here, and he kind of inspired me to come visit. I really never thought that I would get in. This was definitely my root school. And then I applied, and obviously I got in. And when I opened that email, I didn't know that I wanted to go here so bad, but I opened the email and immediately started crying. And I knew in that moment that Notre Dame was the place for me. And even when I stepped foot on campus, I knew this was home. So.
Yeah, you get that feeling, you kind of know. So how did you come? Yes, you just know. How did you come to the decision to try out for the Notre Dame leprechaun position? Did you have prior experience with cheer?
Yeah, so actually I cheered for about 6 years. In high school and middle school, I was my varsity cheer captain. And when I came to Notre Dame, I always wanted some way to be an ambassador for this university because it's honestly given me so much and I love it so much. And I wanted a way to give back. And I kept seeing all these flyers and pamphlets about being the leprechaun. And I actually talked to Connell Fagan, who is a leprechaun with me. And he kind of was like, you should do it, you should do it. And then I was on the fence. Sam Jackson, also the former football leprechaun, him and I had known each other before. We were like, do we want to try out? We weren't sure. And then 15 hours before the application was due, Connell texted me and he said, you have 15 hours, you better be applying to be the leprechaun. And I was like, what the heck, might as well. So then I did it. And I got through the second round and I knew that I wanted it really, really bad. So I gave the tryout my all and here we are.
So you actually submitted a video for your audition. You posed a question. What was the question in the video?
I said, who says the Fighting Irish can't fight like a girl?
Oh, that is great. I love that.
Yeah. Thank
so
you.
you get the leprechaun position. How much work goes into this? How much work and training and prep?
So there was a lot of prep going up to the interviews or the tryouts. I went to a lot of the cheer practices, and I learned a lot from the former Leprechauns, just about improv and really taking anything that is thrown at you in the tryout and also at games and things and events like that. But then we practice with the cheer team about 4 times a week. In a regular non-COVID world, we'd be lifting twice a week. We have anywhere from 1 to 4 games a week. It's definitely a lot of time, but it's definitely worth it, and it's super fun.
So as we mentioned, you were the first woman to fill the shoes of a Notre Dame Leprechaun, Lynette. What has that meant to you?
It's definitely meant a lot. I've had a lot of people come up to me and tell me about their kids and how their kids are inspired to be the leprechaun one day, specifically their little girls. Also, I had a really special moment where a little girl came up to me and said that her mom told her that she was allowed to be the lady leprechaun for Halloween. So I'm crossing my fingers that I get pictures of that this Halloween. But I think that for me, I've always tried to be a role model in whatever I'm doing. And this is just that to a much larger scale. And I hope that I can inspire people to trailblaze anything that they think isn't in their, maybe not in their grasp, and just go after anything that they dream about.
Well, thank you for being such a positive role model for all those little girls at home. So what do you want to do when you graduate?
That is a question. I definitely want to work in entertainment. Right now, I'm thinking that I am aiming to apply for the Page program at NBC. I'm currently an intern there. I'm on my 2nd semester interning. And the Page program is a 1-year fellowship at NBC. And fingers crossed that I get into that. Otherwise, I'm not sure. Just kind of going with the flow. Definitely want to work in entertainment. So.
Well, awesome. Best of luck to you, Lynette. It was so nice chatting with you. We're so happy you joined us today.
Yeah, of course. And as always, go Irish.
Go Irish. All right, it's time to check in with Notre Dame Day reporter Caroline Pineda. So Caroline, where are you now?
Yeah, thanks so much, Justine. I'm here live from Library Lawn. You can see there's chairs, fire pits, pergolas, string lights, a huge setup here to encourage people to partake in socially distanced gatherings here on Library Lawn. This wasn't here at the beginning of the year. It was set up a couple weeks after students had been here, and students are definitely enjoying some different options that are here. One of those options is Acoustic Cafe, a chance for students to showcase their musical ability. It's normally held in Haggerty Cafe inside Duncan Student Center, but has now moved to a new location here on Library Lawn. Yoga is another offering. Yoga instructors can take to the same stage Acoustic Cafe uses, with participants spread out 6 feet apart in the grass in front of them. WVFI, the student radio station, also does a broadcast from Library Lawn on home game days. You can listen to that on their website. Well, students have partaken in a bunch of different activities here, and some of those activities have even extended to the stadium, which has been home to different movies that they have shown. One of those movies was even followed by a fireworks display, which a lot of students turned out to see. Rec Sports has also been involved out here on Library Lawn, offering different fitness alternatives, as many gyms have different.
It looks like we lost our live feed with Caroline. We'll get back to her momentarily. And Justine, enjoyed your interview with the Leprechaun. I was going to try out for the Notre Dame Leprechaun, but I did not meet the height requirement, unfortunately, so we had to make do.
But you did do the Page program.
Thank you. Joining us now is Notre Dame senior Caitlin Kruger. Caitlin has taken a leadership role in her dorm, Pascagoula East, and she's here to tell us more about that. Caitlin, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi, thank you so much for having me.
So, like you, my daughter was supposed to study abroad, and it didn't happen, obviously. You were supposed to study abroad. Unfortunately, that didn't happen for you. You came back and you came up with something else. Tell us about how that cancellation led you to accepting this leadership role in your dorm.
Yeah, so originally I was supposed to be abroad in Heidelberg, Germany this semester. But unfortunately, all study abroad programs were canceled for this year. But even before study abroad was canceled, I was upset that I wouldn't be able to be a part of Welcome Week for my dorm, because I was looking forward to maybe even being a captain and really welcoming the new first years into PE. But after study abroad was canceled, Lola, our rector, reached out to me and asked if I would be interested in this new leadership role that she wanted to create this year to help serve the first years. And I am so happy that she thought of me for this position, and I'm really glad that I accepted it.
All right, so tell us about the name, SPARK. What does that mean exactly?
So SPARK is an acronym for Supporting Pyros and Radiating Kindness. And so once I found out that I would be leading this team, my friend Kirsten and I started brainstorming what we should call it. And so we wanted to use an acronym that we could use to really describe the goals of this team. And we chose the word SPARK because we have been affectionately referring to the first year students in PE as little sparks because our dorm mascot is a pyro. And so over their time at Notre Dame, we hope that they can really grow and flourish into full flames. And so we did a little play on our mascot there.
So what sort of activities does SPARK arrange for first years?
So far this year, we've done some stress relief activities during midterms, as well as letter writing activities where first year students can write letters to themselves for them to receive in the future and kind of see their growth over their first semester of college so far, as well as having upperclassmen writing some anonymous motivational letters to be sent to first year students during like finals week and stuff like that. The goal of the events that we're planning is really to help the first year students meet other pyros, other upperclassmen in the dorm, as well as help them feel at home in PE.
Caitlin, what do you get out of this? What's the most impactful part of leading this program?
It has definitely been being able to meet so many other pyros, both first years as well as upperclassmen that I just hadn't gotten the chance to meet before. So upperclassmen who volunteer to help at these events, I've gotten to know them as well as so many new first year students. And so since I wasn't even supposed to be on campus this semester, I really wanted to make the most of my time here. And that's definitely been by being able to connect with so many new people.
Man, do you have any plans on getting to Germany at any point since you couldn't go study abroad? What's the future?
I do not think that I will be studying abroad in the future at all, because next year I hope to stay in PE and hopefully be an RA in the dorm, because I really love all of the people I've met here and want to continue serving my community.
All right, Caitlin, thank you for everything you're doing to welcome new students to Notre Dame. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
All right. Next, we're headed back to Irish Dave. He's in the concourse at Notre Dame Stadium. Who you got with you, Dave?
Thank you, American Vic. We're here on the concourse with an amazing group of people called Voices of Faith. And one of the people in this group, one of the members, is Amorja Roberson. Now, Amorja, I want to ask you, because somebody very famous, her mother actually posted one of your songs on her Instagram. Who was it?
It was Beyonce's mom. Yes,
How did Beyonce's mom find out about you?
Well, actually, the power of social media. So after we did, we recorded He'll Be With You. I posted it on Facebook. A buddy of mine reposted on his page, and you never know who's watching you. She follows him, and she reposted it, and somebody tagged me, and I was like, what? So it was pretty interesting.
So did she invite you over for Thanksgiving this year? Like, are you
Maybe
guys
next
really
year.
tight? And maybe next year?
I'm waiting for that invitation.
Nice. I know as well that you were also on BET's Sunday Best, Season 9 as the top 20 contestant, which is amazing. Whatever you're doing right now, I want you to slow down, I want you to stop, and I want you to enjoy Voices of Faith.
Sing our song. At times we may be crying. At times we may be crying. And nothing's even wrong. Everybody say, I sing because I'm happy. I sing because I'm happy. I sing because I'm free. I sing because His eye is on the sparrow. His eye is on the sparrow. That's the reason. That's the reason why I sing. Glory, hallelujah. Glory, hallelujah. I give the praises to you. I give the praises to you. Glory, hallelujah. Glory, hallelujah. That's the reason. That's the reason why I sing. And when the song is over, and when the song is over, we've all said amen. We've all said amen. In your heart, just keep on singing. In your heart, just keep on singing. And the song will never end. The song will never end. And if somebody asks you, yeah, was it just a show? Lift your hands and be a witness. And tell the whole world no. I sing because I'm happy. I sing because I'm happy. Sing because I sing because I'm free. Yeah. His eye is on the sparrow. That's the reason. That's the reason why I sing. Sing glory, hallelujah. Glory, hallelujah. I give the praises to you. I give the praises to you. Glory, yeah. Hallelujah. That's the reason. That's the reason why I sing. That's the reason why. That's the reason why I sing. That's the reason why I sing. That's the reason why I sing. Last time right here. That's the reason why.
Yeah, wow. From the concourse here at Notre Dame Stadium, that is Voices of Faith. Absolutely amazing performance. And you know, you got Beyonce's mom to become a fan. I can't even get my mom to like my Facebook posts. But what a wonderful performance. Just makes me feel full of God right now. This is awesome. It's Notre Dame Day. We'll be back after this break.
I'm nervous. This has been a goal of mine for a long time. 7 years ago today, I was in an operating room having a mass removed from my spine, and I was paralyzed on the left side from the waist down. My doctors told me that I would never walk again, but for me, that wasn't an option.
Anything else she's done in her life, I'm sure, seems easy compared to that. And I've told her I wish I could fix it for her. But man, I was super proud of her to hang in there and fight.
During my rehab, there was no equipment that could help me walk independently, so I made my own. 9 weeks later, I took my first steps.
That's so awesome.
Marissa Koshelski is the founder of Enlightened Mobility, a medical device company she started as a student in the Esteem Entrepreneurship Program at the University of Notre Dame's Idea Center. Their first product is based on the walker Marissa created during her recovery.
When Marissa came in and presented this, we knew, okay, like there is definitely something here. Over 100,000 people a year have a lower leg amputation, and every one of those people needs a mobility solution.
I came to Notre Dame because of its mission, that our education becomes service to justice. The Idea Center has provided me the perfect ecosystem to make that happen and accomplish goals that I never thought were possible.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting to help others walk again. We are the Fighting Irish.
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. We're so happy you're here. I'm Justine Ward, and joining us now is Andrew Shamoji, a student from Siegfried Hall, who's here to tell us about their film club, Siegfried Cinema. Andrew, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you so much for having me.
So tell me, how did this film club start?
Yeah, so I'm actually on hall staff here in Siegfried as an RA, and we were sitting in our RA formation during hall staff training, like trying to figure out what we can do given the current situation with COVID to create a space for our residents to come together in person and be able to spend time together in person. And given all the regulations that come with COVID, and especially given the capacity limits that we have inside most of our lounges, we immediately turned to doing something outside. And through that, Siggy Cinema was born. And so Siggy Cinema, we every Friday at about 9:30, we go out and show a movie on the Siegfried slopes right behind Siegfried, based off whatever the guys choose. And it's been a good time so far. We had some good movies and some good fellowship.
So typically, what is the movie genre you're going for, or is it all across the board?
It's been all across the board. Normally, whoever the hall staff that's on duty, they will normally propose a couple movies each week. And then we will put it in our hall Slack channel, and people will vote on whatever movie they would like to watch. And then whatever the most popular one is, we'll go with. We've shown Interstellar, we've shown Princess Bride. When the postseasons were going on, we showed like the NBA playoff games, and NHL playoff games. We even brought out a Nintendo Switch and played some video games outside. Just kind of whatever will get people to come out and spend time together.
And how many people do you have join each week?
Yeah, so I think it depends on the weekend a little bit, but we normally expect about 20-25 people. We have snacks, we have drinks, obviously all individually wrapped and prepackaged and stuff. But it's about probably like 15 guys from Siegfried, and then we pull in some people that just happen to be walking by, and they sit and stop for 10-15 minutes to watch the movie or whatever sports game is on, which is really cool too. Was this your idea, or was it a group of you? It was the RAs. We were sitting brainstorming during one of our lunch sessions, trying to figure out again like what we could do to create a space for guys to come together, and this was our collective idea. So Andrew, what are you watching this Friday? Has it been decided yet? It has not. Right now, I think there is a tie between Hidden Figures and I want to say Rocky. So both are good options. So.
Yes, both are very good movies. Now, are you a film, television, and theater major, or how did you get into cinema?
I am not. I am actually a chemical engineer, and it was just something, again, that our hall staff thought would be really cool and a really good way to get people to come out and spend some time together. We definitely do have some hall staff members who are like more involved and have taken FTT classes, so I think it was a little bit more up their alley. But yeah, it was just something that someone recommended, and we went with it. So.
All right, well, thank you so much, Andrew. What an amazing way to keep the dorm engaged during this difficult time. We appreciate you coming on with us, and I'm sure Siegfried Hall has got you covered if you're looking for your next movie rec.
Yes, perfect. Thank you for having me.
All right, Vic.
And if they don't watch Rocky, I want them expelled immediately. It's number one on the list. Joining us now is John Donovan, former ACE teaching fellow who's now involved in ACE's postgraduate experience, ACE in Chile. John, welcome to Notre Dame Day. How are you?
Hi, I'm well. Good to be here.
So you taught 9th and 10th English in Florida as part of ACE 25. Tell us how you got involved with ACE.
Absolutely. So I did not go to Notre Dame for my undergrad. I actually went to Michigan State University. But there is a very vibrant Catholic community at the local Catholic church, and the campus minister, when I was a junior, asked me, John, what do you want to do? I was beginning to think, I think I want to be a teacher. And she said, well, in that case, you need to check out the Alliance for Catholic Education. She herself had been an ACE grad and had gone through the program, and I grew up a lifelong Notre Dame fan. So once I had really heard about it and considered it in that capacity, the choice was obvious if they would have me.
So now you're involved in another program, ACE in Chile, also known as CHASE. What's that all about?
That's right. So once you finish ACE or a program like it, a UCCE program, there's a number of them across the country, then you're eligible to apply for the CHASE program, Chile ACE. It's a post grad program where essentially it's a similar principle. Instead of 2 years like the ACE program, where I'd go somewhere across the country, I went to Pensacola, Florida. This is a community of teachers going down to Santiago, Chile, where there's a Holy Cross school, St. George's. And after spending some time in Ecuador, usually taking Spanish classes, and then spending the fall student teaching and living with host families, we would work a year at St. George's, getting immersed in this new culture, meeting people, making friends, and teaching English at this school.
All right, so during the pandemic, you've had to stay in Indiana this past semester. How has the program adapted?
Really wonderfully, I would say. With the pandemic, all sorts of schools all over the world have faced a number of challenges, and it's no different for St. George's down in Chile or schools here in the South Bend community. So with the connection through Holy Cross, we were able to see, okay, here's several teachers who have master's degrees in education, and they can't yet go down to Chile. What can they do? How can they live in community? Because that's a vital part of the Chase program, and put those talents to use, especially in Catholic education. And so at Holy Cross K-8 school here in South Bend, we have been welcomed into the community, the parish office, which on the second floor used to be a convent. We're now living full-time across the parking lot from Holy Cross. And for the first half of the school year, we were helping out there full-time, really helping with all of the challenges that arose from this pandemic.
In addition to teaching, you've been organizing gymnasium games that teach practical theology to students. What is practical theology? What do you mean by that?
Absolutely, absolutely. So the way that Holy Cross was sort of set up to break down the classes, they had half of each grade up with their primary teachers, and the other half would be down in the gym of the junior high students, where they'd be doing the same type of work, but on these laptops. And so as a result, you're in 6th or 8th grade, you have all this energy and being in the gym with your computer the full day. It's a lot. So the principal at this school had seen my background, that I had background with theater, with improvisation, and with youth ministry. So she said, can you work something out in this capacity? And essentially what arose was what we've come to call enrichment course, where using games from my theater background and improvisation, we've used these to illustrate teachings of what's common to all Christians. It's been very heavily inspired by the 4th book of C.S. Lewis's Mere Christianity. And when we say practical theology, it really comes down to what I told the students on the first day. It's not a class, it's a course of enrichment. That if you take what is applied here and use it for yourself, you'll start to see that the entirety of your life is enriched. It's not just head knowledge, but rather experiential wisdom for the heart and soul, the total education of the person, which is at the goal of Catholic education.
So have you looked up the weather forecast in Chile? What are the weather conditions there right now?
Well, I know that they are going into their summer.
Yeah.
So as someone who's been teaching into Florida for the past couple of years, that sounds really nice to me. This cold weather is a little unusual.
Well, we hope you can make it back to Chile very soon, and we thank you for your presence tonight. Appreciate the insight.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks, John. Now it's time to check in with Ellen in the Duncan Student Center. Ellen?
Thanks, Vic. Brian and I are here to give you an update on the giving that is happening. Lots of incredible impact being driven for campus causes that are making a huge impact on the local and global community. Brian, why don't you walk us through the totals here?
Well, just in the last few minutes, we have surpassed 13,000 gifts for Notre Dame Day. A really incredible start as we're just over an hour away from the start of day one. Great momentum going into the evening and into tomorrow to see how many of you have come together to raise so much money for over 650 student causes. Ellen, should we check out the leaderboards?
Let's do it, yeah. All right, leaderboards. Overall, Air Parsegian Medical Research Fund proving dominant. 757 gifts to this really important cause, doing game-changing research on campus for the greater good. Total, they have surpassed the $250,000 mark. Just incredible, amazing stuff.
And if you go down the leaderboard there, we continue to see the Notre Dame family coming together for our students, the top university priority financial aid, especially for our students who've been affected by the pandemic. And between these two causes, over $108,000 raised for our students who want to be here in Notre Dame and who are only here because of your gifts. Now, if you look at some of our other leaderboards, one of the best and most competitive areas here on campus is, of course, our residence halls, and the Stanford Hall Griffins have been running the table so far today with the finest of Farley Hall right behind them. Ellen, what was your dorm again?
I was in Pangbourne, so we've been through quite a few changes over the years.
It's a dorm, it's not a dorm, what is it?
The top 10, I feel faith.
And I'm proud to say the Alumni Hall Dogs are staying in there high as number 5, but St. Edward's Hall, always the top dorm each year in and year out, is moving on up number 3 and keeping its sights on number 1, looking for a late rally from Father Ralph and the gentlemen over in St. Edward's.
Never doubt them, never count them out. They have a lot more to give, I can bet.
Now, what was our hourly challenge this month?
Yeah,
this hour,
so
I should say.
Coming up this hour, centers and institutes are the groups to be looking out for. The center and institute that receives the most gifts in the 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock hour will earn an additional $500 to put towards their mission. Let's look at some of the highlights here. We have Bleier-Persegian Center for Rare and Neglected Diseases, 161 gifts already. This $500 could put them even closer to $9,000 raised today on Notre Dame Day. Just awesome stuff there.
And really speaking to the importance of the Catholic mission here at Notre Dame, so many companies, so many organizations wouldn't put the time and resources necessary to find cures for diseases that will affect so few people. But that's what we look for here at Notre Dame, to be a force for good in the world, especially in those families who may not otherwise have resources to find a cure for their children's disease. The Center for Social Concerns, near and dear to so many students and alumni's hearts, sponsoring great seminars, the Urban Plunge, the fall and spring break trips to Appalachia, a huge impact on so many students' lives, and then kind of the ripple effect of Notre Dame students and their service work coming in at number 2 right now, and they can make a push for the lead in the next hour.
They could. I really valued my time at the Appalachia seminar there, and I know so many other people shared that similar experience. And you know, the list goes on. We have the Center for Ethics and Culture, Harper Cancer Research Institute, lots of important initiatives that really showcase how ND is living up to the mission to be a force for good in the world that you can get back to in this hour to help further their cause.
Only about an hour left to Notre Dame Day. Make your gift now and get one of these masks. Back to you in the studio.
My husband, Paul, loved being a firefighter. When he had to retire, it was heartbreaking. I knew cancer was common among firefighters, but I couldn't accept Paul's diagnosis without knowing why. I started to do research and make calls, and I eventually discovered that PFAS, man-made chemicals known to cause cancer, were used in the gear that firefighters were wearing. And that was shocking. I tried to get answers from gear manufacturers. I tried to get people in power to listen, but I was just a woman without a college degree. And then I reached out to Graham Peaslee. That literally changed everything.
Graham Peaslee is a nuclear physicist at the University of Notre Dame, whose cutting-edge research on PFAS has helped lead to industry and government regulations for drinking water and food packaging.
When I first heard from Diane, I was really moved by her story, and so I offered to test some unused gear for her. Almost instantly, we got a signal there was a very high amount of PFAS. Then we tested used and unused gear from around the country, and the results were very similar. This really began to concern me.
Some people are afraid to speak the truth. Some people don't want to know the truth. Graham's been as straightforward as can be. His science, his findings, that's the truth.
These firefighters are putting their lives on the line for us. And if there's any way to make the gear safer, then I'd like to try and help find that solution.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting to protect the brave.
We are the Fighting Irish.
When you execute a search warrant, it's essential that you're prepared for the worst.
Ready? Ready, go.
You don't know what's waiting for you behind the door, so you respect your surroundings and trust your training.
Police department, we have a search warrant.
Executing a warrant is my favorite part of my job.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me.
Julia Gately is part of the St. Joseph County Cybercrimes Unit. Under the leadership of Mitch Kaiser, Notre Dame students are sworn in as investigators and work on real criminal cases in the community.
Last one in. Okay, it's all secure. Go ahead and grab the evidence kit and go in and start processing the scene. Police officers are experts in criminal law, criminal procedures, but for the most part, they know very little about technology and the internet. They didn't grow up with it their entire lives.
Looks like we've got a hidden flash drive here. All of us have been just immersed in technology. Our entire lives are on our phones. Technology has a way of showing the truth in a way that nothing else really can.
Traditionally, it takes between 6 and 9 months for a cybercrimes unit to evaluate all the evidence. In St. Joseph County, with our students, we're able to measure it not in months, but in hours and in days, holding people accountable for the crimes they commit and getting justice for our victims.
These students have helped solve a homicide. They've identified additional victims in a crime, and they've revealed evidence that has exonerated someone from a crime.
Just being able to actually see the real world impacts based on the work that we've done at the unit is incredible. This experience has solidified what I want from my life.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting to uncover the evidence.
We are the Fighting Irish.
It's always been the nature of humankind to seek answers. To solve great mysteries by first finding truths in ourselves. I've always been drawn to fundamental science, to discoveries that help us understand how the world works. We pose questions like, how do animal societies work? How do their social lives help them solve problems? And how can we apply what we learn from the animal kingdom to address our own human health issues and needs? In order to get at these questions, you need long-term research and an incredibly large data set. Since 2009, the University of Notre Dame's Department of Biological Sciences has continued the research begun by Princeton University's Dr. Jean Altman in 1971.
It's so amazing to take part in a study that's been going on for almost 50 years. The data set collected spans over 6 generations and is unlike any other study in this field.
The study has led to some remarkable conclusions. We've discovered that animals with better social connections have better health and longer lifespans.
And not only do richer social lives improve health, but social connectivity can even help overcome early life trauma.
That fundamental biology is clearly paralleled in humankind. Beyond nutrition and medicine, friendship and community are key factors in good health and longevity.
And as a woman in science, I'm so inspired to continue the incredible work of the women who have come before me. Because women scientists tend to succeed when they have a strong community of women to rely upon.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting to understand the scientific impact of community.
We are the Fighting Irish.
I worked as a mechanic for most of my life. And when I finally got a chance to buy a house, I was 50 years old. I got a letter back from the mortgage company. The letter said, congratulations, you're owner of a new house. A couple of years after I was living here, my brother was helping me with my taxes. He discovered the deed was still in the name of the company that sold it to me. The house wasn't really mine. And I've been paying the taxes, insurance, everything that a homeowner was supposed to do. And it's just sickening.
At the University of Notre Dame's Consumer Law Clinic, Professor Judy Fox is leading a national effort to combat predatory lending.
Predatory lending is the new face of housing discrimination. They attempt to trick you into assuming all the burdens of owning a home without getting any of the benefits. And unless you are an expert in property law, it's very hard to read these contracts and not be fooled.
They want the money, and that's it. They don't care what happens to the property.
One thing that I've seen Judy do extremely well is bringing together people from all different specialties to look at these issues and find solutions that otherwise I think we wouldn't be able to find.
Providing free legal services, Professor Fox and her students have won back hundreds of homes. And in 2017, her research and advocacy helped to pass a new predatory land contract bill in Illinois.
Not every house can be saved, and not every client is going to win, and that's hard. But when you can take a family and help them stay in their home, you understand that we can win this battle and that it's worth fighting.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting for fair housing. We are the Fighting Irish.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the 5th hour of this special COVID edition of Notre Dame Day. And the last hour for tonight, I'm Vic Lombardi, a proud 91 graduate of Notre Dame, reporter and host for Altitude TV in Denver, Colorado.
And I'm Justine Ward, a 2012 graduate of Notre Dame, broadcaster and current MBA student at the Mendoza College of Business. We're coming to you live from the campus of the University of Notre Dame. Because things are a little different this year, we're bringing everything you love about Notre Dame straight into your homes, right from our studio on the Notre Dame campus. We're practicing social distancing here on set. All our interviews will be conducted virtually, and all of our live performances will take place outdoors.
So far during Notre Dame Day, we've heard some incredible stories from the Notre Dame family, and there's so much more to come. During this hour, we'll be talking to the man whose story has since become legend. Flag football champions we'll talk to as well, and student EMTs, all that and much more.
It's an exciting hour ahead, and none of this could be possible without you. While you're watching this broadcast on NotreDameDay.edu, you can make a gift towards any of tonight's 947 campus causes, a mix of student groups and clubs, athletic teams, academic institutes, residence halls, and more. As a gesture of our thanks to each of you who make a gift tonight, will receive this Notre Dame mask for free. So before you get to hear all of these amazing stories, we're heading over to Brian at the Duncan Student Center for an update on tonight's giving. Hey, Brian.
Thanks so much, Justine. We're on our way back for the last hour of today, as you mentioned, and just an incredible showing so far, 13,234 gifts. And I want to spend a minute recognizing all of our Notre Dame alumni clubs across the country. As you know, that's one of the hallmarks of Notre Dame, is what a great alumni network we have. We have so many clubs and organizations across the country and around the world that really come together on Notre Dame Day. They're really competitive. They won't give up. They won't give in. They will try everything to lead on Notre Dame Day. So if you go over here to our Notre Dame alumni clubs, the Notre Dame Club of Lake County out in Illinois, #1 so far tonight with 55 gifts. And the Notre Dame Club of San Antonio won our hourly challenge earlier today. So if you're sitting in your local community and you support your local Notre Dame clubs, consider making a gift to them today. They put great events on for our freshmen and really bring the network of Notre Dame from South Bend throughout the country. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Brian. Joining us now is Anthony Kafel, a first-year student studying political science and economics. Anthony is known he's wanted to attend Notre Dame for quite some time, and he's here to tell us about that journey. Anthony, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi, thank you for having me.
You've been a passionate Notre Dame fan for a very long time before coming here, so tell us about how that passion came to be.
Yeah, so growing up, my godfather, who was my dad's best friend, I called him Uncle Dennis, was a huge Notre Dame fan. So every Christmas and my birthday, he would always buy me Notre Dame gear. And every Saturday during football season, he would throw parties for like 40 or 50 people and have everybody over to watch the games on Saturdays and Saturday nights. So since I was a baby, I've been a part of a Notre Dame football family. So I've always been a fan of the team, and I've followed the football team my entire life.
Understand that your godfather passed after you got into Notre Dame. Is there anything that you would want to say to him today after your first month on campus?
Yeah, so he passed away in July, a month before I moved on to campus. If I could say anything to him, it would be that I owe him. I mean, he's the reason that I wanted to come here since I was a little kid. And I mean, he was right. Everything that he told me about it in Notre Dame is true. It's a great school. And I'm sure he'd be glad to know that the football team's undefeated this season so far. So
there are a lot of kids growing up in your shoes who want to be here. How how did you actively pursue getting here? When did you become serious about it?
Well, so I was a football fan my entire life, but I actually didn't know about the school academically. And then I mentioned like something about it to my dad one day when we were in the car, and he said that it would be like a crazy thing if I had gotten into Notre Dame. So, and that was during the freshman year of my high school. And so I did my research and I found out how good of a school Notre Dame was. And it was like that day that I decided that it was my goal to get into Notre Dame and come to this school.
So what was your family's reaction when you opened that envelope and you found out you made it?
Yeah, so I found out on March 20th, the day after my birthday during the pandemic this year. My dad was so excited. I FaceTimed my sister. I told her, she was freaking out. My cousins, they were all happy. I know my mom was happy for me, but she was also kind of sad at the same time because she knew that meant that I was moving away, and she didn't want me to leave. But I know that she was happy for me at least. But yeah, my family was incredibly excited. They immediately started planning trips to come visit me when I told them that I got in. So,
Anthony, you always hear a lot of things. You certainly plan for a lot of things, but what's one thing about this campus, this lifestyle, this Notre Dame that you never anticipated?
just how incredibly like nice the faculty and the people here are. I mean, you know, it's a good school academically. You know about our sports programs, especially football, and how great they are. But like the people that Notre Dame forms and the people that actually go here are some of the nicest people that I've ever met in my entire life. And it's something really refreshing that you don't get to experience every day.
What's it like going to games, especially now that the stadium is not entirely full? What's that like on game day?
So I get this question a lot. I have never been to a Notre Dame game before the season, like in person. So I don't have anything really to compare it to. I mean, I've been to NFL games. It's definitely a different vibe, but it's cool to see that like there's still students that go to the games and things like that. Surprisingly enough, the stadium is still kind of loud, even though it's, I don't know, at like 25% capacity. But you still get to sit with your friends and things like that. So that's nice. Obviously, like we abide by the COVID rules and all those things, but it's still a good experience. And it's still really fun to watch. I'm really excited for when we'll be able to pack the stadium with 80,000 people as opposed to 15,000. But for now, being able to just go to the games is still great.
Anthony, how many times have you seen the movie Rudy?
Recently, not that much. I think I've seen it probably 4 times, but I haven't seen it recently. I got to rewatch it.
Well, you might want to stick around because you may be living it during the course of this hour, my friend. Just stick around. That's all I'm going to tell you. Stick around for the rest of the show. Thank you for your time, my friend.
Thank you.
All right, glad you made it to Notre Dame. Next up, Justine's got a great story for us. Justine?
Thank you, Vic. Well, joining us now are 2 students from Flaherty Hall, Kate Irons and Lucy Van Kula. These 2 ladies are here to talk about their amazing flag football season. Kate, Lucy, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi, thanks for having us.
Great, glad you're here. So take us through the typical flag football season for those at home.
Yeah, definitely. So through Interhall flag football, there's an A league and a B league. So each dorm usually puts forth 2 teams. You play all different dorms across campus on Rickey Fields, which is on the northeast corner of campus, really local to Flaherty Hall, which is awesome for us. And yeah, you play a bunch of regular season games and then head into the playoffs and hopefully to the championship like we were able to last season.
Yes, so that championship game played inside Notre Dame Stadium. What was that experience like for you?
So that was a really awesome thing. Obviously, like getting to play in the stadium where the iconic Notre Dame football team plays is a really cool experience. Personally, for me, I've been a Notre Dame football fan for most of my life, so it was even an added benefit there. But definitely like walking through the tunnel with our team, all of us there. We had the big speaker with the music going, getting us all pumped up. It felt like we were the Notre Dame, the actual Notre Dame football team almost. And then the moment that it really hit me was when we walked in and we looked up at the scoreboard and they had like Flaherty and Basden on the scoreboard. And I think that was just the moment that I was like, wow, we're really doing this. We're really playing in a stadium. And then looking into the stands and seeing all the Flaherty girls there to support us was a really awesome moment.
So how did that championship game go?
So, started a wonderful day in November. We got to warm up on Library Quad, which was an unreal experience, looking over at Touchdown Jesus and over at the stadium. And then honestly, so much of the game is a blur. It was just so fun, so competitive. We were really lucky to have our fan base cheering loud and proud for Flaherty Hall. And the biggest moment of the game was definitely the end. We made our way to 2 overtimes and ended up winning on the extra point of the second overtime. So very close to Basden Hall.
Wow, I bet that was a fun game to watch. So how much prep goes into getting ready to play in a flag football championship, and how do you begin that prep as you look ahead to next season?
So definitely, so obviously this year we had to take a break from playing the normal inter-hall season just with COVID protocols. So with it, we did intra-hall football instead of inter-hall. So we were playing against other Flaherty girls. It's definitely a little different, a little less competitive for sure, but definitely still fun. And kind of through that, we were able to get in contact with some of the freshmen, some of the new people, get them excited about hopefully being able to play next season. Definitely big prep is just, getting people excited, getting people who want to play going forward. And then, just getting people excited and, just still kind of focusing on people who go out and play catch on the quad and whatever, and, keeping our skills together for next season for sure.
All right, Kate and Lucy, thanks so much for joining us. Good luck next season. Gonna knock on wood that you got back-to-back championships. Time now to check in with Irish Dave, who is standing by in the concourse of Notre Dame Stadium. Irish Dave, who you got?
Oh, we have saved the best for last tonight, Justine. It is absolutely wonderful out here in the concourse. We've seen so much and heard so much talent tonight from Notre Dame. Right now, I've got the Echoes. They're a co-ed a cappella group. They're going to be performing a Dua Lipa song, but first they're performing a song from Harry Styles called Falling, live here from the concourse.
To blame but the drink in my wandering hands. Forget what I said, it's not what I meant, and I can't take it back. I can't unpack the baggage you left. What am I now? What am I now? What if I'm someone I don't want around? I'm falling again, I'm falling again, I'm falling. What if I'm down? What if I'm out? What if I'm someone you won't talk about? I'm falling again, I'm falling again, I'm falling. You said you cared, and you miss me too. And I'm well aware I write too many songs about you. And the coffee's out at the Beechwood Cafe, and it kills me 'cause I know we've run out of things we can say. What am I now? What am I now? What if I'm someone I don't want around? What am I now? What am I now? What if I'm someone I just want around? I'm falling again, I'm falling again, I'm falling. What if I'm down? What if I'm out? What if I'm someone you won't talk about? I'm falling again, I'm falling again, I'm falling.
One, two, three, four.
I've always been the one to say the first goodnight. Had to love and lose 100 million times. Had to get it wrong to know just what I like. Now I'm falling. You say my name like I have never heard before. I'm indecisive, but this time I know for sure. I hope I'm not the only one that feels it all. Are you falling? Center of attention, you know you can get whatever you want from me. Whenever you want it, baby. It's you in my direction. I'm afraid of all the things you could do to me. If I would've known it, baby, I would've stayed at home. Cause I was doing better alone, but when you said hello, I knew it was the end of it all. I should've stayed at home. Cause now there ain't no letting you go. Am I falling in love with the one that could break my heart? Oh no, cause I was doing better alone, but when you said hello, I knew it was the end of it all. I should've stayed at home. Cause now there ain't no letting you go. Am I falling in love with the one that could break my heart? I wonder when you go if I stay on your mind. But two can play that game, but you win me every time. Everyone before you was a waste of time. Yeah, you got me. Center of attention, you know you can get whatever you want from me. Whenever you want it, baby. It's you in my direction. I'm afraid of all the things you could do to me. If I would've known it, baby, I would've stayed at home. Cause I was doing better alone, but when you said hello, I knew it was the end of it all. I should've stayed at home. Cause now there ain't no letting you go. Am I falling in love with the one that could break my heart? Oh no. Cause I was doing better alone, but when you said hello, I knew it was the end of it all. I should've stayed at home. Cause now there ain't no letting you go. Am I falling in love with the one that could break my heart? Break my heart. Break my heart. Am I falling in love with the one that could break my heart? I should've stayed at home. Cause I was doing better alone, but when you said hello, I knew it was the end of it all. I should've stayed at home. Cause now there ain't no letting you go. Am I falling in love with the one that could break my heart? Knew it was the end of it all.
That is the Echoes performing live from the concourse here at Notre Dame Stadium. That was absolutely wonderful. Can you guys give yourselves a cheer since there's nobody else here because of COVID? Or yeah. You know, that was wonderful. And that Harry Styles song is awesome as well, and Dua Lipa. So it was just a really great performance. And tonight from the performance stage here on the concourse, it's really been a great example of how diverse Notre Dame is as a university. Seeing all these students from all across the country and all across the world come together and share their common love for music and performance. It was absolutely wonderful. And I know that tomorrow we've got more great performances in store as well. Back to you, Vic.
Dave, you had the best gig of the day. My goodness, that is great. Thank you very much. Joining us now, Notre Dame senior Sam Hunt, who likes to participate in a unique Notre Dame football game day tradition. It's a new one for me. Sam, welcome to Notre Dame Day. How are you?
Good, how are you? Thanks for having me.
Some of you may know every home game, Friday, 12:31, a group of students head to the quad to dance. You guys like to dance, Sam, and you described this quad dancing as quancing. Is that what it's called, quancing?
That's the short term, yeah.
Okay, so how do you quance?
Well, so it's Alumni Hall's game day tradition every Friday at exactly 12:31. We had donned the costumes that can be found in Alumni Hall's amazing prop closet and burst out the South Quad doors onto the quad. And there's a set playlist of songs that's been going for about 10 years now. And each of these songs has a nice dance attached to it. And we just kind of go after it, get the crowd hyped. There's usually a nice crowd there. So get everyone high energy for game day.
Sam, what kind of dancing are we talking about? Is this like pop and lock stuff? Is it just stuff you come up with? Do you guys choreograph it? What is it?
Well, I would say it's semi-choreographed. None of the dances really make sense, and it kind of, from an outside perspective, really just looks like people flailing around. But, you know, we just do what's fun.
Are you still doing it this year?
Well, yeah, it's a little bit modified, obviously, with the COVID restrictions. We have to start at 12:41, unfortunately, because of the shifted schedules. And one of the main stressing points is crowd engagement and interaction between the dancers. And unfortunately, obviously, that's not really an option this year. But, you know, the energy is still there, so it's good.
You mentioned that expansive closet of costumes there in the Alumni Hall. What's your favorite costume to dance in?
Well, it's going to have to be the giant traffic cones. And they're definitely a crowd favorite and a personal favorite. But the only problem you have to watch out for those is you can't actually see out of them. So you're really relying on the guidance of others to make sure you don't have an unfortunate accident.
When did this tradition start, by the way? This is new to me as an alum.
Well, you know, I did some digging and I couldn't really find any conclusive evidence, but it's at least over 10 years because there's video evidence from at least 2009 with more or less the same playlist and the same costumes. But, you know, it's more of a mystery, and I think that's the way it should be.
Sam, for one to participate in quancing, must you have any dancing skills at all, or is it just anything goes?
Well, it's really anything goes, and I think having good dancers might actually detract from some of the fun of the event.
Okay. So anybody can do it. Anybody can show up, and as long as they're part of the alumni hall, or can you?
Oh yeah, I mean everyone's encouraged to participate. I think that's a good thing. It's a really good way for the underclassmen to interact with the upperclassmen and get to know each other. So, yeah, everyone's encouraged. And everyone can, and I hope would participate in alumni.
Something I've always wanted to do. Just find my little corner of campus and just dance the day away. That's awesome, Sam. You're an inspiration, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, Justine with another special guest. What you got?
Yes, this is an exciting one. Thank you, Vic. Joining us now is former Notre Dame quarterback Malik Zaire. Malik, welcome to Notre Dame Day. Happy to have you.
Oh, thanks for having me. It's another great day to be on Notre Dame Day, so I'm glad to be a part of it.
Awesome. So we're going to start from the beginning here, Malik. You attended Archbishop Altair High School in Kettering, Ohio, where you were considered one of the top dual threat quarterbacks in the country. What do you remember about the recruiting process, and what was the deciding factor in you choosing Notre Dame?
Well, it's one of those things where you get a chance to be a part of such a great legacy at Notre Dame, and doing it at the quarterback position is not only one of the best positions in football to be at the Notre Dame quarterback, but to be a chance to be on a global stage and represent something greater than yourself is something that's hard to pass up. And having the chance as a quarterback from Dayton that's left-handed to get a chance to go out there and play for the Fighting Irish is hard to beat.
So you got your first real chance in a game your sophomore season versus USC. Talk about that first drive after you took over for Everett Golson. What do you remember about that?
Considering we wasn't playing very well, I thought that adding some energy at any point to getting that chance to play. And I remember Coach Kelly saying, "It's your turn," and it's one of those things, you fight or flight syndrome. And I knew that I wanted to get a chance to do well. And I got out there for my first play, and Chris Brown, shout out to him, one of my favorite receivers. He was out there, and we stuck together for so long. And it was one of those connections things we had on the play call. And when we got it off, I knew that it was my time to shine at Notre Dame. And we ended up going all the way down and scoring. I scored my first touchdown. So I just thought it was written in stone, and we try to continue that for as long as I got a chance to. And we did some great things.
Yeah, you didn't stop shining. Your next start against Texas, one of the greatest single game performances ever for a Notre Dame QB. You go 19 for 22 with 313-yard passing and 3 TDs, and Notre Dame's 35-3 thrashing of the Longhorns. What do you remember from that evening?
The first game of the season, the first start at home, is what you dream of growing up, playing college football and continuing to play as a quarterback. And I just remember that everybody was gelling and everybody was playing at their best. And I was a part of being able to distribute the football and enjoying that victory that we got. And it was everybody's first game. I mean, Josh Adams scored his first touchdown. We had Will Fuller come out and CJ, and it was a lot of good things that was happening. One of the best Notre Dame teams, I think, to have a start like that.
I want to get to this current team. You talked about rhythm. This current team seems to be on the same page right now. What do you think of the football team this year?
Oh, man, we're on a hot start. Coach Kelly is done his due diligence in being able to build such a great team that can last for the years that he's been there. I mean, that's kudos to him. But the team is on the run. I mean, this is what we always put ourselves in a good position to be in a position to play in these big games that we need, like Clemson coming down the pipeline. And those is what the seasons is made of. You know, we win a game like that, it's going to propel us into the right spotlight. We need to clinch that playoff spot. And then, you know, when you get into the playoffs, that's where you put your money to the road. So I have a lot of confidence in Ian Book. You know, he's riding off of his senior year on a high note. He's only lost 3 games. So that's a lot of credit to him and his tenacity through starting at Notre Dame and playing quarterback at a high level. So he wants to end off on the right way, and he's going to bring those young guys along with him. And the defense is making the standout behind Jeremiah Owusu, and you got Kyle Hamilton and Sean Crawford. So I'm excited to see these guys finish strong, and I'm going to be the #1 fan rooting down the stretch.
All right, I think we're going to be showing some of your highlights here. I want to stay with the current team. So what does this team need to do to beat Clemson?
Well, you know, it's going to take all guys, all 22 guys that are starting on offense and defense to play a flawless game. But I think, you know, whenever we get a chance to play at the highest level, we're always going to bring our A game. It's going to take everybody, you know, from Tommy Rees to Coach Kelly to the defensive coordinator and everybody included. So that's going to be Ian's best game of the season. I'm predicting it now. He's going to put his stamp on his Notre Dame legacy with that game and take us to the playoffs. So I got a lot of faith that we're going to do our thing out there.
You heard it here first. So Malik, obviously a lot of great moments here at Notre Dame. When you think back about your time here, what makes you smile?
Just honestly, it's the people that work consistently every day to make Notre Dame go, from the lunch ladies that we have that particularly worked at our training table every night and end up doing the same service for the students in the cafeteria to the people that keep our university so clean and in shape. I mean, there's not a blade of grass that's not trimmed perfectly and cut, and we need to appreciate those people, and they do so much to make this university stand out on a worldwide level. And those are the people that make Notre Dame. And, you know, aside from all the people that come into it, the people that keep up the community and the campus is just tremendous. And, you know, you can't thank those guys enough.
And you're staying busy in the football world. CBS Sports just hired you to be an analyst for their college football games this season. What's your first game, and do you intend to continue down this path of broadcasting?
Yeah, a lot of interesting things coming down the pipe. CBS is a true blessing to be able to get out there and call some games. I'm going to start with Colorado State and Wyoming, November 5th, 2 days after the election. So if you guys aren't too caught up in the outcome of that, check me out on that. And then I got the MAC games leading into December. So the MAC season has always got some highly talented guys in competition. So stay tuned for that. And then hopefully get a chance to circle back, maybe do some Notre Dame down the pipeline. But getting a chance to talk about the game and not get hit is pretty good too.
Well, Malik, thanks so much for the time today. We can't wait to watch you keep shining. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Go Irish and go Siegfried, Ramblers, baby, all day.
All right. Thanks, Malik. We'll go back to you, Vic.
That's awesome. Malik Zaire and Brady Quinn, all Notre Dame quarterbacks grow up to be great broadcasters. We are now joined by Ellen Pill, a senior from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, who not only helps people as the RA of her dorm, but she's also an EMT. Yeah, an EMT. Ellen, welcome to Notre Dame Day. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Very good. All right, so let me get this straight. During your sophomore year, not only were you a full-time student at Notre Dame, you also took full-time night classes at Ivy Tech. What made you pull yourself through all that? How'd you do it?
So by sophomore year, I knew that being an EMT was the next step for me, and I didn't want to wait. I realized that it would be intense, but looking at my schedule, I knew that I could make it work, and it wasn't easy, but I would absolutely do it all over again.
You've always wanted to be an EMT. Tell us about that journey and why it brings you so much joy.
Yeah, so I'm actually a political science major, and my interest in policy, specifically in health policy, predates my interest in medicine. So I knew pretty early on, actually since high school, that I wanted to be a physician. I love policy, and I chose to pursue that interest coming into college, but I never lost sight of being a doctor. And that really led me to pursue my basic life support, or BLS certification. So my scope of practice was pretty limited, and I knew that I wanted to do more to serve my patients. But because I had that BLS certification, I had some volunteer experience and background in emergency response, and I had been able to work with EMTs. So that led me to where I felt like EMS was kind of the next step in gaining a broad skill set that would prepare me to treat more and care more for people who needed it.
Well, that's all right. Let's fast forward. The beginning of your junior year, you're hired as a part-time EMT with the Notre Dame Fire Department. So what were your responsibilities there?
Yeah, so I mostly worked in standby EMS. So that means that I attended events where those are higher risk. So I'm right there with the equipment and the expertise to provide assistance in the event that somebody does experience a serious injury or a medical emergency. So I either worked sports, so practices or tournaments for inter-hall football, rugby, boxing. And if an athlete got injured, I evaluated them and determined if they had a life-threatening condition or needed emergent medical treatment. And if so, I would stabilize and treat them while arranging for an ambulance. I also worked large on-campus events where it's likely that someone will need medical attention just because there are so many people there. So during those events, I responded to pretty much everything and treated cases ranging from chest pain to seizures.
So this past summer, you worked as an EMT back home. What was that like during COVID?
Yeah, so back home, I respond to 911 calls. So my normal shift can really be the worst day of my patient's life. And that regular anxiety and stress was really just amplified during the pandemic. So a lot of patients are hesitant and scared to go to the hospital, even if they really need to. And for me, one of the hardest challenges posed by COVID were the guest policies at local hospitals. So in order to minimize disease exposure, family members can't come in the ambulance. So you have patients who are already scared, and now they're separated from a support person. And to complicate matters even further, it's especially difficult to reassure a patient behind layers of PPE. So I think that COVID has made a tough situation even more difficult for patients. And as an EMT, I faced some new challenges in comforting the people who were experiencing the medical emergency. So ultimately, uniquely challenging, but also uniquely rewarding. And at the end of the day, the pandemic hasn't changed the foundations of my work. My goal is and always has been to use my skills to serve patients and deliver the very best care that I can.
So I imagine you're not taking those night classes at Ivy Tech anymore. Is the Notre Dame regimen easy for you now?
I wouldn't call it easy, but yeah, they keep me busy. It's definitely less stressful and less of a workload than it was during my sophomore year. That 26.5 credits was a lot.
Are you kidding me? Ellen, needless to say, very impressive resume. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
All right, back to Justine.
All right, thank you so much, Vic. And joining me now is Eric Fang, a junior studying political science, who's here to tell us more about his journey to Notre Dame. Eric, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi, thanks for having me.
All right, Eric, so we asked this question many times, but we always get a unique answer. Why Notre Dame?
Well, I mean, this was always my first choice school when I was applying to college. I got here, I was just instantly hooked. I loved how Catholic it was. I loved the school environment. It felt like this was just a whole unified campus. It didn't just feel like a connection of buildings or just a bunch of scattered students. Like I felt like I could really fit in here and really belong here.
All right, so you did apply to Notre Dame. It was your first choice, but the first time around your application results weren't good news. What was your reaction to not getting accepted, and how did you turn it into a positive?
Well, my parents could tell you that it was not a fun night in my household. I was just miserable. It was a terrible time, but I found that, like, if I could just put my vision forward and look to the future, I was optimistic about my chances at the school I plan on going to, and I thought if I just kept on trying at Notre Dame, kept my grades up at my other school, stayed involved, I could maybe get a chance to try again. And I tried twice more, and I got in on the third try.
So now you are here. It is a success story. And what do you think about the experience so far? Does it meet those expectations?
I mean, it's definitely a different feeling, like actually being here and going here. It's hard to put myself back in the mindset that I was in when I first applied. This place is just, I've settled in so well. It's hard to think back to the time when I was pining to be here. I feel like I've gotten so used to the campus and so used to the people that this place just feels like I'm here now. It feels pretty good.
Well, welcome home. What would you say to others considering transferring to Notre Dame?
I'd say if you ever had a thought about transferring, if you ever wanted to come here, give it a try, keep trying. I almost gave up after my second rejection. I thought, this is it. I'm happy where I am. I'll just stick with it. But my family kept encouraging me to apply. I kept putting my name in the hat, and I finally made it in. So if you've ever had that dream, just keep going and do your best.
All right, Eric. Thank you so much. Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back after this short break with Fighting Irish legend Rudy Rediger. Stay with us.
This college will be one of the most powerful means for doing good in this country.
Notre Dame is a place where differences of culture and religion and conviction can coexist with friendship and civility and even love.
We've been entrusted with Notre Dame to pass it on to the next generation in a way that will influence the world for another 175 years.
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm Vic Lombardi. Joining us now is someone whose story is familiar to most everyone in the Notre Dame family and in many around the world. This Notre Dame alum leveraged his life story and his playing time in football into box office legend. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the real Rudy Rudiger to Notre Dame Day. Rudy, most people don't know this, but first of all, welcome and thanks for joining us. Most people don't know that you didn't start your journey right out of high school at Notre Dame. There was actually a 4-year gap between Joliet Catholic and Holy Cross. What were you doing during that 4-year time period?
I'm having a very difficult time with your audio for some reason.
Well, a lot of people say that about me. I'm sorry if you can you hear me a little bit better here, Rudy? Tell me if you can hear me a little better right now. Yay or nay? I don't think Rudy can.
I don't understand. I guess I don't know if it's on my end or your end, but it's not coming in.
Okay, it's not working too well right now with Rudy. Maybe we'll have to get back to Rudy if we can fix his microphone at some point, because I've been waiting for this a long time. When we come back, a quick commercial timeout, see if we can get Rudy's microphone and his audio all figured out, because we've got to get this interview. We're back after this.
If a seed planted in dirt can one day preserve a species or cure the sick or resurrect a people withering economically, we dream of what a seed planted in the mind and heart can one day do.
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day, and joining us now is Kathy David, a 1985 graduate of Notre Dame who was a fellow in Notre Dame's Inspired Leadership Initiative. Kathy, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi, thanks for having me.
So Kathy, why don't you tell us a little about your Notre Dame background?
So I don't have that traditional, my family always went to Notre Dame background. I had a high school boyfriend who wanted to go to Notre Dame, and he didn't, but I did. And so I'm grateful for that. And then when I got to campus, I took advantage of a lot of the opportunities. I was president of my dorm, which was Breen Phillips, student body vice president, Irish Gardens manager, and I won the Lester Collins Award for Student Leadership. And as a result, I wound up being the young alumni on the Business School Advisory Council and then the Board of Trustees. I recruited for the Gala Winery at Notre Dame and started the Target relationship with Notre Dame. And then I interviewed with the Hesburgh USCO Scholarship. One of my classmates and his wife started that. And ultimately now I'm on the advisory council for the undergraduate experience and the Hesburgh Women of Impact. And I just graduated from the ILI program.
Wow. So what is the Inspired Leadership Initiative and why did you want to take part in it?
So the Inspired Leadership Initiative is a program for accomplished leaders who finish their chosen careers and go back to campus and spend a year on the campus to discover, discern, and design their next act in life and how they can be a force for good in the world. And I had transitioned out of a corporate role and was looking for what my next act was going to be and loved the idea of being on campus with all the energy and the programming and the intergenerational opportunity and classes. And I think everyone I talk to thinks about if you could go back to college, or go back to campus and take advantage of all the things we didn't do the first time, it's an amazingly rich experience. And it's so fabulous to be back on campus. And I think it's something that as many people as should take advantage of the program.
It sounds like an amazing experience. I can relate a little bit because I spent 7 years in the media industry and I'm actually back getting my MBA. And I agree, it's just incredible to be back on this campus. And I want to go back to your time in Africa. You actually were in Africa when the pandemic broke out, before everything got turned upside down. What was your experience like there?
We were in Africa with a class called Peace, Ecology, and Integral Human Development. And then everything changed and we had to get 11 of us back to campus. We had an international student, so a non-US citizen. We were flying back through Europe. And so we had to scramble and get back. But we were able to do that. And like everybody else, we had the misfortune from a timing perspective of not being able to finish our time on campus. And because we're only there for a year, we go from being first semester freshmen, first years, to second semester seniors. And so it's a tough thing, like everybody else, but what an experience to have been there.
So how do you hope to use your time in ILI going forward?
Well, some of our cohort actually put together a program called Imago Day and have established a program on campus that will help end human trafficking, which we hope will continue with other cohorts as well as the broader Notre Dame population. And I personally am hoping to get involved in more of this kind of program around somewhere in the country, because I think the idea of intergenerational learning, college experience, the programming that goes on is such a rich environment for all of us to be part of. And I'd like to be able to share that with other people.
Thank you so much, Kathy. And thank you for being such a shining light for the Notre Dame community. We appreciate you coming on.
Thank you. You guys are doing a great job.
Oh, thank you. And Vic, I believe you have Rudy back, so we're going to send it over to you.
We're going to try this again with the legendary Rudy Rudiger. Rudy, can you hear me now? Have we fixed this Zoom session?
Well, you not only sound good, you look good.
Thank you. I appreciate that. My mother will send a check. Hey, Rudy, I want to get back to that first question. You didn't start off at Notre Dame. You had a 4-year window there when you got out of high school before you made your run here at Holy Cross. What were you doing during that 4-year period?
Well, I was in the Navy before all that. Went from high school to work, to the Navy, back to work, then Holy Cross. It's one of those moments in life that you have to make a decision what you're going to do when something tragic happens to you and you want to move on with your life. It's very, very challenging. It's a very hard time in your life. At the same time, you saw a light, you saw a glimmer of hope, and you went towards that light and everything worked out.
Listen, we've all seen the movie and we play it back in our minds, but I need to ask you back to that moment when you learned you were admitted to Notre Dame and that those few minutes, what were those emotions like? What were you feeling before and after you read that letter?
Well, first of all, that was a monkey off your back. What I meant by that was you're not supposed to be at Notre Dame academically. You're not supposed to go to Notre Dame as an athlete. You're not supposed to do any, you're a nominee. You're just not supposed to do it. That's not you. This is not supposed to happen. Well, it happens when you know what you want. It happens when you don't buy into the process, but you take the process and you adapt to the process, but you never leave the light go out. By that, I mean, I always had the light at Notre Dame, which meant I went towards it and it felt good and powerful. It felt I should be here, and I fought for that feeling. That's what I fought for. And then the academics came through the Holy Cross Junior College by a lot of collaboration, a lot of help. It was a wonderful school to go to transfer to Notre Dame. So I was very fortunate to find the school, but I would never found it if I didn't go towards Notre Dame when my friend was killed in an accident at the power plant.
I just thought of something. How ironic is it that the Irish are playing Georgia Tech this week?
Right. That's. I was just in Atlanta, by the way.
Yeah.
And they made this whole thing famous. They made it happen. In fact, Rudy Allen, the guy I tackled, he's about 6'6". He's a minister now. He was put in the game the last minute of the game too. He was a starting quarterback the year before, and they put him in at they went to action quarterback, and they went to him, and he wanted to throw a pass. Thank God for Rudy Allen.
All right, so I need to ask then, because it ends with the climactic moment of you getting to that quarterback. Everyone asks me this, so I have to ask you. Rudy, were you offsides on that play?
Well, if you watch the play on YouTube, you'll see I wasn't offsides. In fact, I counted a second before I actually took off because I wanted to see which way he was going. So I was not offside.
They always like to ruin a good ending, don't they? Again, when you watch it in action, here's the real look out. Here's the real sack of the quarterback when you came from. Now, in the movie, did you come from that same side in the movie? Did it play out the way it really happened?
We took that play. We actually replicated the play. And Sean Askin, by the way, did a great job. Week after week, he practiced that play for hours because we wanted to get it right because we had to shoot it in 6 minutes in front of 60,000 people. And Sean did a great job. All the kids who were part of that football team, that movie team, they were wonderful. And the NFL films came in and filmed it. They were wonderful how to shoot that special little moment there.
Rudy, when did the idea come to you that you wanted to make this into a movie?
Yeah. Well, I knew it was a movie when I was at Notre Dame, because this is a movie, you know. So, but when I saw Rocky, the first Rocky that I saw was about messages of overcoming odds, getting knocked down, getting back up, going to places where you're not supposed to go by work ethic, by getting better each day. And that's what it was about. I got that message loud and clear, but it's not easy. One, to go to Notre Dame academically, you had to get in academically. And in high school, I was third in my class from the bottom. So, but I had a learning disorder. I overcame. And when I was in the Navy, I found out that if you get help, people helping you, you can succeed. So only get to know what you need to know in order to do what you need to do. So I didn't need to know all that stuff they said I needed to know. I just needed to know what I needed to know. So that was my secret.
So back before the movie came out, did they have a private screening? And if so, what was your parents' reaction when they saw it?
They did. We had a private screening in Joliet, and it was awesome. We had I told the family, now, have fun. Don't take it serious. Look at the message of the movie. And they had fun, and we did understand the message. Because really, when you do a movie, you can't tell the whole story. You can't develop the real relationships because you don't have time. So you had to do composites and embellishment. But just like the Navy, we never showed the Navy, and we didn't show the boxing at Notre Dame, which the student body got to know me through boxing. That's why they started chanting Rudy at the game. And in turn, because we didn't develop the boxing, we had the team started chanting Rudy. And maybe one guy chanted Rudy from the football field sideline. So all I'm saying is we had to improvise a lot, but it worked. Everything you saw happened, but it happened maybe with different people and different moments. But the integrity of the story and the journey was right on. It was like a documentary, the movie, in a way, because most sports movies are not true.
Hey, I'm not joking. I messaged a friend of mine back in Denver, Colorado. I said, hey, I'm going to be interviewing Rudy Rudiger tonight. And he said, oh, my gosh, I'm watching the movie as we speak. And he showed me a photo of him watching. How often? Yeah. It seems like the movie's on every day on some channel somewhere.
All the time, yeah. Well, one of the things they did say when we got the final approval from Columbia TriStar Pictures, they said they were not going to put it in a lot of theaters. But Rudy, trust me, this movie will last forever, because they wanted to get like a cliffhanger, Sleepless in Seattle out there, and they wanted to get Tom Hanks, the Oscar, and all. So that's where they had the money, and they didn't have the money behind Rudy the movie, but they knew the message of Rudy would last much longer, and we outlasted all those movies. And I'm really excited about that.
Wow. All right, Rudy, before you go, can you please share the story of meeting Kobe Bryant for the first time?
Yeah, in fact, my daughter was singing a national anthem for the Los Angeles Lakers, and I think it was in LA, or no, Sacramento Kings, that's where it was. And we flew out to Sacramento and played the Lakers. And here comes, during the production meeting, as they were getting Jessica ready, a couple hours before the game, here comes Kobe Bryant shooting around, getting ready for the game. And I said to my son, wow, that's Kobe. Maybe we'll have an opportunity to get a picture. Before you know it, he comes walking towards us. And he says, are you Rudy Rudiger? I says, yeah. I heard you were here, man. Are you the real Rudy? I says, yeah. He got real emotional. And he looked right at my son. And he says, is this your son? I said, yes. He says, your dad's my hero. I didn't know. All of a sudden, the stardom, it just flipped from a celebrity to where I am now the celebrity to him, and he's the guy honoring the celebrity. I said, wow. And he says, when I was 16 years old, your movie was my go-to movie. It taught me to work hard and get better each day, that work ethic. If I can do that for 20 years, where would I be with my career in basketball? And that's what he got out of the movie. So that was his go-to movie, and he was very emotional about it. There's no question about it. He teared up and got real emotional because he knew he met his hero that allowed him to think different in his life. That's pretty complimentary when you have late Kobe Bryant say that, an NBA Hall of Famer, one of the best ever to play basketball. And he had a great work ethic, and movie Rudy helped him.
My favorite scene personally, and it wasn't a big time scene, is when the custodian here at the stadium left the key on the bed, and he knew that you were staying here. But besides the climactic moment at the end, is there one scene, one part of the movie that sticks out, your favorite?
Yeah, the letter, opening the letter. That was the deal. I mean, without that letter, that would never happen. Trying to get to Notre Dame all those years, building relationships, getting turned down, going back and find out what more do I need to do, not why I was turned down. So what else do I need to do? And you keep going back every time you got turned down. And finally, for the third time, I went there and they told me, Rudy, if you keep doing what you're doing, you have a shot. And I believed that, and it happened. And that was a tough time because in 1972, they were allowing girls into the university, which cut down the slots in 1974 when I wanted to get in. So I really had to fight for my slot, and it worked. Keep the grades, build the relationships, do the work, and you'll be there.
Well, my friend, speaking on behalf of all the Rudies out there, thank you for inspiring that movie. It's still a treasure in our family. Appreciate it.
Oh, appreciate you too, and I'm glad we got to communicate. And it's a good feeling, man.
It is a great feeling to talk to you. Thank you very much, Rudy Rudiger, everybody. Thanks for your time. Time to check in now with Ellen at the Duncan Student Center for an update on the latest on tonight's giving. Ellen.
Thanks, Vic. Lots of inspiring stories as we close out the final hour of our Monday broadcast on this Notre Dame Day 2020. I wanted to go back and recap some of the winners from the hourly challenges from tonight. They include ND Club of San Antonio, Men's Hockey, ND Seed, Squash Club, and we are closing out the hourly challenge for centers and institutes. So there is still time to get your gifts in for the center and institute that is closest to your heart on this Notre Dame Day. Again, this is all thanks to you finding the causes that you want to support and opting to make a gift to help further their mission. We can't thank you enough on behalf of all the students and campus causes that you are helping. 656 causes have already received a gift on this Notre Dame Day. That is absolutely incredible to see so many members of the ND family stepping up and remembering some of those parts of campus that are closest to their heart. Let's take a look. So we still have a strong lead from Ara Parseghian Medical Research Fund. And if you look at our peer-to-peer fundraisers, Kim Ulrey is the top individual fundraiser right now, raising over $7,000. And she is raising for Ara Parseghian Medical Research Fund. Again, there's so much to check out on the Notre Dame Day site. Lots of great content, so even when the broadcast ends, you can dive into so many causes pages and see which area you want to give back to and receive a Notre Dame Day face mask as a thank you. Thank you so much, and stick with us. We'll be right back.
The mind. It processes every image, every voice, every word on the page. yearning to understand, inspired by faith that paints a picture of the world. When given the chance to examine things from different perspectives, to turn conventional thought upside down, the mind soars.
The world needs a university that educates men and women who accept their responsibility to serve others. We will strive to build a community where education, inquiry, and faith combine to respond to the demands of justice. This is our goal. Let no one ever say that we dreamed too small.